Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, December the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. Yeah, so apologize for yesterday. Believe it or not, it was my little robot, the vacuum, went underneath my media console and dislodged one of the plugs. But this happened, the vacuum stopped working about 30 minutes before. And so it didn't take effect to then, and I had no idea what went on. So it took about 3 hours or so to figure out the cause. And just that's what it was. So that's why I apologize, because I think I was right in mid speech yesterday, and then boom, everything went dark. So what's happening? So we see that the job numbers came out, and again, good is bad. So job numbers came out at 8:30, and more jobs added, I guess, than was anticipated, which the Fed doesn't like, of course, because they think that that's going to increase inflation. So I guess that's the theory. Anyway, that's why we had the big drop, 406, right down to 400. What else is happening? Got a few earnings plays. So AVXL, again, I always cheer on any one of these companies if they can ever do it. Okay, so this is an Alzheimer's drug. This was at phase 2B/3, positive results, but it has faded quite a bit. I mean, it got up to $15 and now it's down to 12 something, 12.39. Also, somebody's put a price target of $35 on this company. So AVXL, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. RMED, RMED was gapping up. Is it still gapping up? I don't think it gets affected too much by not affected by job numbers. So I'm trying to see if I couldn't see any specific reason for RMED being up. Of course, it's had a nice 3 days, great 3 days, not a nice 3 days. Started around 2 and now it's at 4, so a double in 2 days. Good morning, YouTubers. Now, here could be my favorite setup today. ASAN, ASAN. The only problem I have with it right now is that it's trying to recover a little bit, but it's an earnings play and it's an all-time low. Now, remember, it's an all-time low. We don't take like nobody takes into account the pre-market. So, but it is an all-time low. It's an earnings play, and this company is, well, it's an all-time low. So this can turn into my favorite play. It's going to have to take out the pre-market low probably at 14.47. So that's about $1 away. IoT is an earnings play. IoT is an earnings play. It gapped up. Yeah, it's holding. I was wondering, will stocks like this be affected by the SPY? And obviously not yet anyway. So this is an earnings play. You can see the result of their earnings release after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area on my 15-minute chart, and it's holding. And let's see. And RBC has put a $15. Yeah, it has put a $15 price target on them, raised from 14 by RBC. Hopefully nobody was in this one. THTX, THTX. So they've paused enrollment in their study, and their company just getting hammered here. Not very much volume though. 32,000 shares, down 31%. Canadian company. This is the headline after pausing enrollment for their trial. Zeus, buy Zeus, ZS, guys, ZS, earnings play. This is a big gap down, big gap down. I mean, 11% on earnings. Next low looking left is 122. So if it keeps going down, yeah, there's that market too. The market tried to put in a little bit of a recovery here. Looks like we're going to give up 400 again. Now, I had VAX in a gap up, but it came right back down. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting because it got halted for news at 7:55. And then the news came out that positive top line pivotal phase 3, et cetera, for COVID. Okay. And then it got halted at 8:25. It did not resume from that 7:55 halt. And then it got halted, and then it said because of extraordinary events. So I'm not quite sure how to read all that. Anyway, then it came out at 8:30 from it resumed, popped up, and it's come right back down, like right back down. Not even right back down. It's actually gone negative. Yes, tops. I know I have tops on my list. Well, I know tops, but yeah, I mentioned, is it over 5 still? Yeah, wow. Wow, 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 wow. So the the high yesterday was 581 for tops. Again, there is no reason. Let's see. I don't think they're trying to. Are they trying to do a financing for 4.97 million units? Plans to offer. And Zach's KTRA. Now I think it pulled back some. Yeah, actually pulled back a lot because this actually popped right up here to 1053, right into the 200-day moving average. You can see, well, that was yesterday. I'm sorry, that was yesterday. 1040. So what's the 200-day? 1074 is the 200-day moving average. What did it get to this morning? Same thing, 1053. So it's right now the 200-day moving average seems to be stopping it. That's for the KTRA. That's that green line you see on my daily chart. Cracker Barrel. This is a big gap down for Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel on earnings through the 200-day CBRL, and will 100 hold? It dipped below, got down to about 98, but there's a 200-day moving average. So that's a big give up right now for CBRL. SMAR, SMAR. Another earnings play, and yeah, I have this. It's not very much volume, not very much volume. Yeah, the next high looks like around 36. Marvel, MRVL, gapping down on earnings. Little gap down, well, it's 6%. The low yesterday was 42.37, so it's near that low. If it says low volume, this has been very active one over the last little while. OABI. Let's see if the volume is picked up. No, the volume is not picked up, but it's starting to move a little bit here. So the high of yesterday was 386, 382, 382. So I mean, if it can take that high out, this was I guess an IPO from back here, or a SPAC that turned into OABI. And the high was 407. Sorry, the high is 413. I'll get it right. The high is 513 on the day of its when it started trading as OABI. So if it can take out that high of yesterday of 382, I'm just going to set a price alert just a little bit above that and see if it can do that. And then maybe it has a chance to, start to fill in that void a little bit. Well, you sound like you could be a countryman, Ingvard. Skjoldal, if I'm pronouncing it right. Is that Norwegian or Icelandic or Swedish? Me, I am, well, I'm not Icelandic. Roots Icelandic. All right, let me check to see. Okay, your software is not helping, not working. Very difficult for me to know what's going on. Are you a new subscriber, Nathaniel? No. So what's going on? You get a red bar, or sorry, a red ball in your toolbar? Hmm. Is this just starting today? And you've had it, like how long have you had it up and running before with no problem? Like forever? Oh, 1 year. Okay. So is it possible? Are you on a month-to-month subscription or a 1 year subscription? Okay, so is it possible that your credit card expired? You know, that can happen? No, okay. Okay, it's really hard for me to know what's going on, but what I'm going to do, it's 6 o'clock Pacific time, so they're there. I'm going to give you our homepage. Homepage link, okay, so if you click on the homepage, and then you'll see a little bubble will pop up with questions and answers. Okay, click on the bubble and then get it and then click on the ask and literally ask the question. Give them your email address and say, my software is not working. I've had it for a year. This is the first time. So they can check. They'll check to see what's going on with your account. Okay. I have no access to your account like that. So I can't tell you what's going on. But there are people there, there are accounting people there who can check your account. Okay. Let me know what happens. Let me know why that happened so that if it happens again, to somebody else, maybe I would have a better answer if it's not an accounting issue. But it sounds like it has to be an accounting issue. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't do the getting started. I'm sorry. Just at the TI homepage. Okay, so it's the TI homepage. I accidentally copied another link. Yeah. Okay, but just I can't help you. Okay, I just do not. No, no. This is the first time he's had it for a year, Pepe. He's had it for a year, and this is the first time he thought maybe doing a reinstall might help, but so I think it might be an accounting issue. But the best thing to do is click on that home page link and then, just click on the box and ask the question. We've had people there right now, so. All right, guys, 9:14. Let me do a quick look to see what the upgrades and downgrades are this morning from briefing.com. Okay, well, the trend continues, not that many upgrades and more downgrades. That's it. Just two upgrades. And now, again, that's from briefing.com. I'm not saying that, obviously, that's not the extent of all the upgrades that are out there, but I just use briefing.com. Yeah, ASAN, ASAN has the downgrade. Okay, guys, so there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. But the home page? Okay. So I'm posting it right under where you said that. So can you, right there, right under, right, I don't know if you can see my screen, where you just said, can you please show again the home page? So there's the link right there. When you click on the link, just wait for the little Q&A, question and answers balloon to pop up, and then click on ask, and then say, hey, here's my email address. You have to give them your email address that you use to sign up so they can check your account to see what's going on. Norwegian. Okay, well, we're somewhat related. All right, guys, let's see. Trying to look to see what the SPY is trying to do right now. Can it hold 400 today? Well, when you say do we cover it, the SPY covered it. Okay, Xanadu, the SPY covered it. You can see the jobs report came out at 8:30, and I mean it's kind of crazy when you say it. I mean, there were more jobs than expected, 263,000 versus 200. Okay, those are the numbers. Market doesn't like that because then they think, okay, the Feds don't like that because they're looking to curb inflation, and that in theory, just the theory, is that's not good. So hence the market went down. Okay, that's our coverage. Yeah, no, I don't know if you listened. My robot that does the cleaning on Thursdays went underneath my media console, and in its efforts to clean, it just jiggled a plug, but it was a delayed reaction because it had stopped cleaning about 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden, yeah, everything went dead. It was really difficult to troubleshoot with all the wires and everything that are back. Well, I didn't know what it was. Very cool though. Just I have to tell you, and I'm sure all the providers are doing the same thing. You get on the line finally if you get a hold of your provider, and then they say, "Do you mind? We have a way in which we can use your camera to see what's going on." And it was very cool. You give me a link, and then they can set it up, and then I just point my camera in the directions, and they can see everything. You see all the wires. And it was very cool. Okay, so let me take a look at what's happening with the sectors. Docked channel bar. So I'm going to click on from new. I'm going to click on dock channel bar. And then click on the sector status. And let's see what's happening. Now, the market was, oh man, I mean, the market was looking okay until that jobs report came out. Okay, in that there was no massive movement. But look at this, everything red now, including energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, that's a major ETF for energy. So when you see 90% red, what does that mean? That means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And because of what happened, because of obviously what the SPY did, there's not a positive sector to be found. Now, if the market recovers, this will look very different when we look at it in a different way. I can remember to do it maybe 45 minutes from now when we look at it, the change from the open. Now, yeah, it was a fun exercise yesterday to see how many of the sectors that were below the 200 moving average were starting to get closer, including technology. However, let's take a look now. XLE, so this is the energy sector. way above the 200-day moving average. Again, on the daily chart, that's that green line that you see. Retail was right there, right there yesterday, but it's dipped down below. There's that, there's that 200-day moving average, that green line. So you can see it was flirting the last couple of days to, get above it, but this has knocked it down a little bit below. XLP, consumer staples, that was a little bit above. Actually, it's a fair amount above, but let's see what's going to happen here. So it's right down here. So, it's still above the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV. Still, look at healthcare. Actually, healthcare is quite good. Keeping above that 200-day moving average. Industrials, XLI. Above the 200-day moving average. Financials, that's the one I'm interested in. Financials, XLF. Yeah, still above the 200-day moving average. You can see a few days ago it tried to get below, but then it held. Here's the one, XLY, consumer discretionary. It'll be well below. Quite a bit below the 200-day moving average, with that day a couple of days ago, a lot of stocks were popping, of course, in every single sector. But now it is below, still below. XLB materials, still above the 200-day moving average. Now communications, still the worst performing sector. Look at this, well below the 200-day moving average. Again, with that 2-day ago pop with every sector, yesterday kind of held. See what happens today. See if this 400 mark, 400 holds on the SPY. And now technology was so close to finally getting over the 200-day moving average. Look at that, almost yesterday. So, but with this market downturn so far, we'll see what happens. I think, but it was so close to getting above that 200-day moving average. Yeah, it was phase 2B/3 is what I saw, William, for the AVXL. Sue, is anything else showing up here? Wow, tops. It's funny. Almost doesn't count. I get it. I almost took some. I think I was looking at it, and I say this to myself. I say, "What? You can have all you want at this price," and I jot down the price, and it was about 507. What prevented me from doing it really was this bottoming tail here. Okay, because it popped up to it got up just over 5 to 515, but it dropped right back down to 431 before it recovered. So I thought, you know what, I just don't want to do it. So at this point, it is above yesterday's high, 581, just a little bit above yesterday's high. Still, in theory, has room to run if it wants to. The next high is 9, is that right? No, the next high is 660. Nope, next high is 609. Okay, this is the easier way to do it. Get that dotted line. Yeah, so the next high is 609 on the daily. Then there's 623, and then there's 660. And then way up here is 1161. That would actually take it through the 200-day moving average. Again, I don't see that there's been any news on this one from its big day. I don't see. I think it's just one of those stocks that a Reddit group gets a hold of, says, let's buy this one. Of course, it's a super low float. But the interesting thing to me is that Globus, let's see what the float for Globus is. I think it's a little bit more, 20 million. Globus is not, usually Globus, I mean, in the old days, if you guys remember the old days with dries and tops and Globus, maybe there were a handful, but those are, I think, the top three of the shippers that went absolutely bananas, especially dries, of course, if you remember that one, which is no longer in existence. How many years ago is that? Let's see when it stopped trading as dries. Yeah, we don't even have a symbol for it anyway anymore, or any market data on it. Somebody will know. Somebody will dig that up when it stopped trading. Yeah, the fetch. It was a big miss by myself yesterday with the fetch. I mean, that was just that came in the on my 10-day daily breakdown. Basically an all-time low now. Oh, NTNX guys, NTNX. I'm hearing NTNX. Okay, so yeah, rumor mill on this one. So it had earnings yesterday. Good reaction to earnings, but as somebody, was it Zach or somebody else, pointed out that there's potential buyout by somebody or takeover by somebody. I think it's been a rumor for a while now. I did not see an $80. I saw 35 for AVXL. Who is the now? Is it Goldman? If it's Goldman, let's do it. Um, who is the who's putting that price target of 80, Casa? I see a 35. Oh yeah, less than a minute. Okay, guys. Thank you, William. So less than a minute to the market for the market to open. Now, again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. And as I say every single day, if I were new to trading, I would not trade for the first 30 minutes. I would sit on my hands, let things settle down a little bit. You'll miss the runners that start right at 9:30 and keep going higher. Yes, but more times than not, stocks are very, very whippy. So if you start chasing stocks right off the bat, they can drop just like that. So, hmm. I have no answer for that, other Barry. I really have no answer for that. Believe me, I have no latency like that whatsoever. So the only thing I can do is send you to our tech. You downloaded the current beta. All I can do is send you to our tech. Have you actually talked to them? And when it's sporadic, that's a tough one. When you're clicking on account and doing a reset many times, because I'm not having that problem. And if I were having the problem, believe me, I'd be all over them. But I'm not having. Well, look right there. But let me Yeah, so I mean, sometimes, but most of the time when I click on an alert, it loads. eh, Sometimes at the beginning of the day when all the data is flooding in. Okay. Yeah, I can't help, Barry. I really can't. I mean, there's no magic fix for me to tell you, well, just do this. I do know that every now and then when I click on a symbol and the chart doesn't load, seems to take a little bit longer to load, or in the single stock window, then I will. Okay, guys, there's the ASAN. I will, I'll click on account and then reset. And that usually clears it up, certainly for a long enough time that it's not that much of a problem. Jones Trading, okay, I don't know who they are, but okay, so Asan is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I would love it a lot better if it hadn't done that pop. This might be famous last words by not taking it right away. That's the only time I typically take a trade in the first 15 minutes. If it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and for a reason, in this case, it's bad earnings or bad reaction anyway, and it's an all-time low. That's the only time. What's preventing me from doing it is the fact that it lifted up here a bit. If it had maintained, down at this 1472 mark, and then I got the alert, I probably would have taken the short immediately. As I say, that's the only thing preventing me from doing it right now. Okay, you want me to repeat that? So, I always say I don't trade. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, my exception to the rule can be, though, for me. This is just me, right? If I get something on my 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat, that's at 9:31, so obviously within the first 15 minutes, and it happens to be an all-time low, and it has a reason for it being down. In this case, it's earnings, could be news, but there's a reason, and it's an all-time low, which it is. Discounting what happens in the pre-market. That's the only time I will usually take something in the first 15 minutes. What's preventing me from doing it is the fact that in the pre-market, it had that pop. Okay. That's what's preventing me. If it had remained here in this 1484 level, kind of flat, 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 and then it opened and it moved down, then I would have probably taken it immediately. And again, that's just me. This is not, that's not a recommendation to do that, but because again, typically I like to see things settle down a little bit. Not that after 15 minutes or even half an hour, things are completely settled down, but certainly more so than, I mean, look at tops. So what if you had chased tops? You said, you know what? This tops is going, and in the pre-market. So look what it got up to. It got up to 634 and it drops all the way down to 5. I mean, these are big percentage drops. Big percentage drops. So this tops could, set up again later on in the day. Yes, my links to my scans, sure. I'm asked for the links to my scans. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. Okay, when you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Scroll down until you see scans. Okay, Barry scans, and here are the scans. So that's the one I was talking about, the 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, I have other scans here, but that's the one I was just talking about. But I've got my pre-market actives up and down. I have other scans. I'll go over this in about 45 minutes, but right now, that's what you're looking for. Okay, guys, IOT is running here on earnings, and getting closer to the 200-day moving average. That could be a big impediment. I mean, it's still about 60 cents away. Yeah, I saw XPAV. Yeah, look at XPAV now. Yeah, wow, I saw it here. I saw it in the pre-market, having a little bit of activity. I love it. XPAV, okay, price target cut to 1130 from 4050 by China Renaissance, whoever they are. So it's at the target, but it is now above 1096 was the high of that huge day that the market had. Now let's take a look at LI. Probably there were, yeah, look at they're all going. And then NIO, the three big China. Yeah, so they're all looking the same. So what is better? Well, I mean, XPAD had earnings, and that's what caused, I think it got lucky the day it had earnings that the market was going crazy. And again, with China, it's all about COVID lockdown, and are they going to ease it to well, and look at the China market. So it's not. So this is the big ETF, in my opinion, anyway, for China. So you can see the KWAB. So most China stocks are going to look like this. So it's nothing specific to XPAV, LI, or NIO. You could probably take most China stocks, and they're going to look like this. Let's take a look at BABA as an example. It's got to be a big part of. The other thing, Barry, the only thing I want to ask you, are you using our simulator at all? Okay, well, that was my only thing because I know that but I'm always on this development build. When I attach to the simulator, I get a small chart lag, but that's why I don't usually display it all day long. So, Mr. Market's trying to recover here, shrugging off those the positive data on jobs, which is negative for the market. Even even cannabis is popping here. I mean, look how whippy this tops is. So what did it get down to? It got down to 485, right back now up to 532. So I mean, if you're going to try to trade this, you cannot take too many shares because if you have a proper stop, you're going to have a wider stop in place. Otherwise, you'll probably just get whipped out. So with a wider stop, and your risk, how much you're willing to lose on the trade if it's not working. So with a wider stop, you're going to have to take fewer shares. So again, if you're going to trade XPAV or LI or any China stock, my advice is to just keep a thumbnail chart of KWEB. Okay. And as long as you see KWEB doing something like this, but the minute it starts, if you get a red bar, more than likely, whatever you're trying to trade in China is going to look the same. So I would keep a close eye on this. The nice thing, look at this though. I mean, this KWEB, again, the big China ETF above the 200-day moving average. Here's another look at Billy. Don't lose my number, but look at this. I mean, this is an earnings play on the 29th. Okay, so great reaction to earnings right here, I think. Yeah, right here. And of course, we had the huge up day in the market. And look at Billy now. This is the third day after earnings, still holding strong. And of course, China stock. So it's going to look like this. Most China stocks will have an opening 15-minute candle that look like this. Yeah, you see what happened to ASAN. That's why I didn't take it, guys. I actually had a feeling it might do this, but feelings don't translate into taking a trade necessarily. So I had a feeling it might do this because of what it did in the pre-market. It had that bounce in the pre-market, which I did not like. And so that's what kept me out of that short, which is a good thing. Some of the best money I've ever made is by keeping out of trades that would have turned into losers. So GDRX, now what could this do? So this is yesterday's high, GDRX. Yesterday's high is 527, so it's above that. But next high is 534. The next high is 562. I mean, if it can get through those, but, will it? Because it'd be great if it were more of a clear shot to that 585 level without anything in the way on the daily chart. But, it's just not. So that's preventing me from taking that trade. Well, again, let's see what KWeb is doing. Is there a topping tail? Not yet. No topping tail yet for KWeb. This is strong, strong, strong right from the beginning. And actually, look at the SPY. Interesting, because look at the SPY. The SPY has got a topping tail. It is so what that means is that some sellers have come in and knocked it down a little bit, but there's no topping tail for KWeb. Not yet, anyway. And we have another minute, little less than a minute for this candle to close. So this is super strong. China is super strong right now. Now here's another earnings play, but again, fairly close to the 200-day moving average. You can just see that green line. Hopefully you can see that green line on my daily chart. So this is SMAR, so it's getting closer to the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. So here's one that I got thumbnailed. VIVK had a great day yesterday, and it's above yesterday's high now, which is 190. The volume coming in, VIVK. It had news on this day, so it had news 3 days ago that popped it up. Can't remember what the news was exactly, and then it kind of gave it up a little bit. The following day, kind of hanging tough, but look at yesterday through the 200-day moving average, and now continuing. This has got some juice in it. Looking left, the next high looking left is 302. So, wow, keep an eye on VIVK. I can't remember what the news was. Let's see if Trade Ideas has that. Oh, it was an earnings play. I guess it was an earnings play. Okay, so that was I guess that was the reason for the pop. So there was something else, but I guess not. So this is really definitely keep an eye on VIVK. Now it's gonna, it's 10 million in the float. So It's going to be very volatile, very low float. But if it keeps holding this 2 mark, okay, I'm a little bit wrong. The next high, okay, I'm a little bit wrong. I thought the next high actually, the high today was 224. So if it takes that out, the next high is 240. Yeah, it's too bad because then I was looking at this being $3 being the next high, but not quite. Guys, following an internal discussion of trade ideas. One day I'll write my book. It'll all come out. So SHLS. So somebody said they did a financing. Announces the pricing of a financing. 22.25. Wow, that's a great reaction, guys. Great reaction. 22.25 is a financing and it is being shrugged off. The SHLS. This was my one from yesterday that very, very difficult. I was looking to short this one, but it was so erratic. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It wasn't an all-time low, but it had gapped down. So that's pretty positive. I mean, they're shrugging this financing off like nothing. Again, 22. There was another one. 22.25 is the financing for SHLS. Now, maybe it's because it was already so beaten down, from these highs up here at 30, but still, that's a great reaction to its financing today anyway. It's too bad to see this one. I mean, I was really, anytime I see any company trying to make, headways into Alzheimer's, but it just doesn't look, the market's just not rewarding it. I mean, it's maybe so early, phase 2B/3. It's interesting. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but it's getting close to that 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? I mean, it popped way above it. 1058 is the 200-day moving average. So if you're watching this one, maybe the 200-day moving average holds it. I forgot to get the guy talking at me. Yeah, these okay. I want to see what KWeb is doing. I mean, or are these? No, it's all about the China overall. China, guys, overall China is just ripping here. Absolutely ripping. So it's nothing really specific to XPav, Lai, or NIO, but the overall China market is just ripping. Yeah, CHPT, I just showed in my crawler, something that was gapping down a bit. Yeah. So it's certainly not anything to do with the overall EV industry. That's what I'm saying those three China EVs, they're just moving with the China market. Yeah, BEKE, I'm sure it's doing the same thing. At some point, these are going to turn into potential shorts. Wow. Well, again, the 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase, and I will not do it. I will not chase this. So here's a shipper, ZIM. Boy, this is getting clobbered here, guys, a little bit. Not clobbered, it's only down 4%, but it's been drifting down from that 25 mark of about 5 days ago. So it's not like Tops, it's not like the shipping industry. I mean, Tops is just trading on its own. In my opinion, I haven't seen any news on it. So so it went down below the VWAP. Oh, there's that. So I mean, if it gets above the VWAP again, which is 524 for Tops, maybe. But you've got to. I mean, look how whippy it is. 639 down to 487. That's a big percentage drop. BBW becomes interesting again, guys. This is a second day continuation after earnings. Not a lot of volume yet. Not a bad spread for low volume. Okay, WFC, which was on Zach's bounce plays, you can see almost exactly what it did. Look at the 200-day moving average at 4507. What did it get down to? Now you could print this chart out and look at the power of the 200-day moving average, right to the penny. 4507 is the 200-day moving average. The low of today, 4507. So I'm saying so important I'm not a big indicator guy, but the 200-day moving average, the VWAP, two things that I pay very much attention to. Okay, guys. I mean, I wish some of these little areas weren't there, but VIVK. I mean, it may not matter. What's the float in this one? Yeah, 10 million in the float. This just looks so juicy. I'm looking at this over here at $3 level. It's just got little areas over here that it's got to get through. PDD, you guys are still talking about PDD from a couple of days ago, but won't stop in what respect? Wow. Okay, up. Yeah, still pretty strong. Okay, let's take a look at some of these ones that are in the race. What time is it now? Almost 10 o'clock. So this is the Can Be Wild one, SATX, SATX. What are traders looking at? Well, let's see. On the 18th, it hit $80 just about. That's what traders are looking at. Wow. China is so strong, guys. I mean, none of these China stocks have had a pullback yet. You guys have anybody trying to short these China stocks right now, or well, hopefully you've had a stop. Look at this. I mean, look at this. Two giant green candles in a row. Well, broken record, BZ, another one, guys, had earnings. Now, it wasn't as good as Billy. So Billy and BZ had earnings on the same day, right there, if you can see my daily chart. That was on the 29th, the earnings reaction anyway. Yeah, so they both had earnings reaction on the 29th. Billy, though, closed near the highs. This kind of sold off a bit. But BZ is on the move also now. And what is the high? 1890. So it takes out 19. It's above that high. And there's the 200-day. That's far enough away, 2139. So, I mean, there goes BZ right on, right there it goes. I mean, Tiger is another. I mean, look at these China stocks. So the question in our YouTube room from Emanon, what is the reason for these China stocks popping? Well, the overall China market, it's all about COVID. Okay, so I mean, they've had some really, really, really strict or COVID restrictions have been very strict. And of course, with the turmoil that's happening in China, demonstrations, etc., government. I mean, I don't know how much they're listening to these people who are not rioting but staging demonstrations. But it seems to be having an effect because they're trying to perhaps restrict or not be as restrictive. So what I read today, for instance, if you had COVID, you were immediately sent to a quarantine center immediately, no questions asked. Now at least they're able to stay at home for the 7 days. Okay, I mean it's still pretty strict, but I guess less strict than before. So I guess so that's my theory anyway. I mean, there could be other catalysts, but that's my theory. Let me just read you. A lot has happened since protests erupted across China last week in response to zero COVID policies. A relief rally took hold on Tuesday, et cetera, et cetera. So, a landmark shift has already begun in Beijing, which will permit low-risk people with COVID to isolate at home for a week if they desire. If they desire. If they desire. The new stance will take part, etc. The previous approach mandated that COVID positive individuals be sent to government quarantine sites regardless of severity. So that's a huge shift. Okay. Any takers on this VIVK, guys? Look at this move now. Now the high over here is 302 to I think maybe 260. No, we're clear and sailing now to that high of $3. I'm not saying it's getting there. Not saying it's getting there. Yeah, I mean, don't think it's shorting any of these China stocks until okay. So right there, that's the first glimpse that maybe a little bit of a top. I mean, a rest anyway. Okay. And there's KWEB. Again, I consider that's a good barometer of the overall China stock market. So let's just see, for argument's sake, if XPAV is showing a little bit of a red bar. Yeah, just a little. Yeah, see, I mean, they're just following KWEB, guys. I'm not saying it's over, but it's certainly a bit of a rest now after the two gigantic green candles to start the day for virtually every single China stock. Somebody mentioned something about a big whale regarding Peloton, PTON. This is what whales are betting on. I see. Okay. That's a big move. I mean, 287 million in the float. That's a big move for Peloton, coming from 1150 to 1250. So actually, I mean, this has got room. I think, yeah, I mean, the next high looking left is what, 1366? So again, I'm not saying that you can't chase it now, but if it ever sort of stopped, maybe pulled back, because the next high looking left is 1366. Of the China, another China stock, not this one, but another China stock, QFIN. Boy, I mean, look at the room some of these things have. Look at the room this one's got, guys. QFIN. I mean, as long as China remains strong, I mean, what I'd love to see happen is maybe, it's just sort of pause a bit, because look at the room it's got, 1727. So it's almost $1 to the next high. Okay, so from a 16 to a 17, I mean, that'd be a big percentage move. Legal? Nope. The answer is no. Guys, I know it's hard to watch sometimes. You know, you see these things and they keep moving higher and higher and higher. I know the temptation is to say, "I'll just take the darn thing." You know, I have to resist. See, look at that pullback now. Look at that pullback for VIVK. Wow. Yeah, FOMO can be a killer. I mean, it's hard to resist. I mean, look at this one. I mean, I'd love to say, wow. I mean, we talked about this right here, 2365. You know, I mean, it's almost tacked on a dollar from there. But I mean, where are you going to take it? I mean, the only thing I was looking at is saying, okay, could it maybe pull back to the VWAP, you know, which is at 2337. Maybe if it pulls back to the VWAP and holds, that could give me an entry. But didn't Frey do Frey did a financing yesterday. FREY did a financing yesterday. I believe it was 11. Was it 1125 or 1150? 1150. So FREY did a financing and that shrugged it off now. So the high yesterday was 1250. And so it's almost there. You can see if it can take out 1250 and the next high is 1376, a lot of room to go. Again, I always have to repeat though, I'm not saying when I talk about these next highs looking left, the only reason I'm doing that is I want to see, I'm not ever saying that that's where the stock is going to. I just want to see though a stock that has a lot of room to run if it wants to before it hits the next high. I'm not saying that that's where it's going to get to. But for instance, if the next high for Frey were, 1264, it wouldn't be as interesting as, as it is at 1376. I mean, look at the room it's got, 1237 to 30. I mean, it's just got the room to run if it wants to without encountering chart resistance. I guess maybe that's a better way to phrase it. I think maybe the best way to phrase it, I like to take chart resistance as one reason why a stock won't keep going higher. Okay. Many other reasons, of course, why stock won't, just continue to rip. But I want to take chart resistance as one of the reasons out of the equation. Yeah, discipline and patience. No question about it. Money management, discipline, and patience. Discipline, of course, to me is the same as money management. Having the discipline to get out of a trade when it's not working with a manageable loss is absolutely critical. You're right. I mean, this is still, I mean, that was just a minor little green or sorry, red blip. Minor, minor, minor. Weibo, I think that's another China stock, right? Yeah, Weibo, another one. I mean, they're just all over the place. Just an amazing move. Just an amazing move with KWeb. I mean, we've had days like this before, but I don't recall straight up, without any sort of pullback for 45 minutes with candles like this. What do I think of Shop? Well, I know Shop was dropped with so many other stocks when the job numbers came out, but complete recovery along with the market. So, what do I think of it? Well, I mean, you can see that red candle corresponds to that big red candle in the SPY. Okay, but it's a stock that's following the SPY, following the overall market. No specific news for it that I can see anyway. Other than Kathy Woods offloads 8.6 million. But that was on Monday. I don't know. I don't know when she did it, but anyway. But I mean, it's holding the 200-day moving average. But if you're like, what are you asking me for? Are you talking about wanting to short it now or going long? I mean, right now you're chasing it. But if it's a sort of stock that I don't like to trade because it follows the market too closely. I try to find stocks that are more independent of what the overall market's doing. But right now, I mean, look at this market coming back strong. And if you look left, the next high is what, 45.43. So I mean, it's close to that next high. Take a look at the weekly chart. Looks like the next high in the weekly chart is 48.80. So I mean, it's got some room, but it's all about the market. So if you don't mind trading stocks that are very, very closely aligned with what the overall market's doing, okay, but it's just not what I like to do. But again, that's just my opinion, Edgar. Others could have a completely different opinion. Well, this almost looks like it's doing a financing, KTRA. I mean, it had the big move in the pre-market, got up to that 1055, basically got right to where it hit yesterday, but it stalled at that 200-day moving average, really, for KTRA. Okay, now I know this is an AI alert. If you took this one, you should be so aware of where that 200-day moving average is, 3860. Okay, if you took this one from the AI, I mean, it's not a bad look. 3731 was the alert. It's at 3842 now, but look at the 200-day. Will it be able to get through that? That's a rhetorical question, of course. Boy, China, just still. AT and AT. How do I say? I always want to say AT and T, but AT. Okay, so China. So this is, yeah, this was, I guess this was an IPO. Then the high was 1705, so now it's an all-time high. Ah, remember this one from yesterday, guys, DBI. So you can just tell this is not carrying what the market's doing. So DBI had earnings yesterday, was a wonderful short, and now it's below yesterday's low, and this is not quite an all-time low. I'm going to get a monthly chart up to see where the so back here in beginning of 2021, the low was 712. So this doesn't have a lot of support, DBI. ZH, yeah, ZH is another really cheap China stock. Yeah, it's doing its thing too. Came from sub $1. Okay, so maybe what's KWeb doing? Because I'm seeing some topping tails now showing up for BZ anyway. Topping tails showing up on that 15-minute chart. So let me just see what KWeb is doing. Yeah, I mean, there's a little one there. There's no real weakness that I can see in these China stocks, not yet. And we can't expect to see giant candle after giant candle, but I'm assuming you're out of your ASAN short, Shady. I'm assuming that anyway. I think I saw that you were shorting ASAN earlier. Now, Dwayne. Well, what else is new? GDS, China stock. So these China stocks are, I mean, they're kind of following the SPY a bit, but right now the SPY is putting in a red bar. I don't see any red bars in the China stocks yet. This was a big one yesterday, eHealth, not a China stock, eHealth. Look at this eHealth going, EHTH. This was not an earnings play. When I say a big, well, let me get a daily chart up. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Had a big move yesterday. I don't really know why. Trying to see if there was any. Craig Hallam sets a $6 price target on them. That was yesterday. That was yesterday, though. So low float, 25 million in the float for EHTH. Let's take a look at where the next highs are. Yeah, well, 550 is the next high. Now, obviously, if you took it right now and it got to 550, that'd be awesome, but we don't know that. It did hold the VWAP. The VWAP is at 494-ish, 488. So it did hold. RCM. RCM, yeah, you're right. Wow, you are absolutely right. Who made that tech? Mr. Keith, yeah, big void. 949 was the next high. Is that right? 920, yeah, huge void here, guys. 15. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. It's a big float, so it shouldn't be crazy volatile, based on that float. The VWAP is 930, so it's above the VWAP. Now, some may want to see if it pulls back to the VWAP. Rests a bit here, but yeah, that's a nice spot. I mean, obviously, when were earnings? November the 8th? Is that the reason? Yeah, so that was the reason for the drop. Excuse me, earnings. And it's just been kind of holding in that area, but now it's trying to break above the high of that earnings day, 949. So I'm going to do a couple things here. I'm going to put an alert. Yes, I'm going to stick an alert back at the VWAP area. I know the VWAP will change, but I'll put an alert in that area. See if it comes back to the VWAP. And the only other thing I'll do is just put an alert on top, but 984, just to see if, because I don't want to have to keep staring at this chart. Okay, well, yeah, you're right. A little bit of finally, a narrow red bar for KWeb. So my guess is that you guys have been trying to short this XPAV or LI or NIO or you name it. All right, guys. Now look what happened with the SMAR. So again, if you took that from the AI, pointed this out, I mean, it got into the 200-day moving average, 38.60. What did it get to? 38.48. So, within 12 cents of the 200-day moving average so far, and that has basically stopped it. Guys, oops, little stumble there getting to my seat. I'm back. All right, guys, 10:27. So I think I'll go into my little spiel about trade ideas right now. Okay. So let me get my homepage up and running for LinkedIn for you. Okay, so there's my homepage. A lot of information is on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here, okay? So there is a promotional code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, just give you an idea how much it costs. We have 4 plans. So we have an annual monthly premium standard. So the annual premium is 2,000 less than 15%. Standard is 1,000 less than 15%. The big difference is the AI. I mentioned the SMAR. Boy, I mean, hope people listen to me about that SMAR, SMAR. If you took it from the AI, it was a nice trade, but you had to be aware where the 200-day moving average was. Okay, so the fact, if you're trying to trade in auto fashion, the AI is not out of that trade. You have to, you have to understand, my opinion anyway, you look at SMAR, you got to have some, you have to understand what the market is trying to tell you a little bit, at least on this trade. Coming right into the 200-day, you've got to be very aware of that. Okay, so if I were in that trade, I would have been taking profit the second or as it was approaching that 200-day moving average. I don't mean you have to get out of the entire trade, but you got to be aware of that. It's going to be really tough to get through. Anyway, you don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. In fact, that's what I would do to start. Don't take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want an annual subscription. You have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund on an annual. So you can always try us out on a month to month basis. And then if you want to, you can take out an annual afterwards. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only. So again, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. But at any time, if you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%. Okay? As always, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you must do this first. You must do this first. The getting started, 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes. The download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. Okay, you must do that to start. Wait a moment. Okay. I do a stock of the day video. I'm just listening in the background here to some news. Daily stock video. So you can sign up for it right here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. You can sign up for it right here. And that's free. Let's take a look at what Clean is doing, Clean Energy. Yeah, so you should have traded this. I mean, if it didn't trigger until Wednesday, the trigger point was 640. Okay, so it got up to yesterday, I guess it got a high of 684. If I got in at 640 and it got up to 684 and it started drifting back down to my entry, I would probably have taken some out, if not. And if it got back down to 640, I'd probably be out of the trade. I know these are designed for longer term, but I would never allow some profit to just disappear on me. And here's a big education link. So our user guide, I think, is awesome. Click on that user guide. There's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stock racing. Obviously, other information in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything in the user guide, but at least nail down what an alert window is, a top list window is, and what the stock racing is. Daily support. It's Friday. Yeah, it's Friday today. So today in our YouTube room, I take a break between 12 and 1. And in our YouTube room, somebody else takes over. Today's Friday, so it'll be Andy. Some of you might know Andy. He's a little more of a, well, not a little more, he's more of a swing trader than I am. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy if you want. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. We have some more educational videos about trade ideas. Now, this is a more general trading. I don't want to call it a course so much, but introduction to trading and, well, charts. Introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance trends, etc. Okay, all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. This is not third party, so you're not going to be inundated with ads and stuff. Okay, this is all put together by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. All free. It's a great resource if you're new to trading. Last, my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that you see right here, the race mode right here, two of them. I've talked about my 10-day daily break out and down. I have some other scans also. This momentum scan, which I'm going to go over, I'm going to show you where it is in the channels, but you don't, this is, but I've put this here also. So I would appreciate it if you do take out a subscription at any point, if you do it using my link and then using my promo code. The reason being is that then the room gets credit. And yes, I do get a little compensation myself, okay? But the room gets credit for it. The room is free. That's why it's free. Company knows that it, it's a good promotional tool for us. So again, I would appreciate it. You just save my link. But not only that, if you save my link, I change my scans up every now and then, and you've got access to all the education right here. So what I've tried to do, instead of you having to go to navigate our website, or the Trade Ideas website, I've tried to put most of the good information, as I will call it, on my homepage. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? Hands up. What is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Moment. We are a scanner. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas, and I call it a scanner as opposed to a screener. We have screening capabilities, of course. There are a lot of screeners out there, but we are a real-time alert scanner. I'll explain what I mean by that. So I showed you the scans that I'm sharing. We have a lot of scans up here also. Up here meaning if you click on our toolbar and click on new and then click on docked channel bar, excuse me, these are all theme-based channels. So I mentioned momentum. I'm want to go to the momentum channel, and this scan that you see here, this alert window, this scan that you see here is the scan that I'm sharing from my homepage. So with my scans and any other scans that we have, in order to see what it's looking for, all you have to do is right click, and these are real-time alerts coming in. So what's happening here is RYAM, R-Y-A-M, just made a new intraday high at 828, so if I clicked on the alert, there it is, just hit 828 and on some volume, and I'll explain why it's finding these. So if I right click, configure, summary, this is what you do for every single scan. Right click, configure summary, and that'll tell you what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas, the filters, okay? So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day. 100,000 shares minimum. 1,000% normal volume in the last minute, and 500%, 400% in the last 5 minutes. These are the two that when you see a stock that pops up in this scanner, you'll more than likely see a big volume burst. Okay. So if all of these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high, give me a moment. Sorry, guys, I'm just okay. You guys are probably hearing that who are listening. Regal Pharmaceuticals. Take a look at RIGL. Yeah, so for you penny players, sub-dollar players, this is getting some volume. RIGL, look at the volume that's coming in. Okay, let me get back to this though. So as I said, if all the filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new intraday high, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really good at. Okay, now if you like this scan, first of all, I am sharing basically this scan, my homepage. What I'm really trying to show you though is that you can go to the different channels and you'll see the different scans that we have created. So if you saw a scan that you thought, wow, that might be interesting to look at. So, you go through this exercise, take a look at what it's looking for. And if you thought, yeah, I wouldn't mind having that scan in my layout. So all you do is what you have to do is you have to get the scan outside of this layout. And all this is in the guide, okay? But I'm just going to go over briefly. But right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. And what happened there is that it popped up on one of my other monitors. And here it is, free floating. Okay. So if you like the scan exactly the way it is, in other words, you don't want to make any modifications, maybe to the price range or anything like that, you can save it to your cloud. Only one step to do before you do that though. Right click and click on symbol linking and uncheck the docked window and put it to link to all. The reason we do that is that notice that if I don't do that, right now what's happening is if I click on pick right here, PIK, it's only going to load into these charts that are in this channel. It would not load into now. It did because I changed the linking, but typically what would happen, well, I know what would happen if you save it. If you just saved it without doing that step of symbol linking and changing it to link to all, what would happen is you would have it as part of your layout and you'd be clicking on symbols and you'd be going, hey, how come it's not loading into my chart? I almost wish they would get rid of it. So do that, because then if you save it as part of your layout, then when you click on an alert, it'll load into the charts you have in your layout. Okay. But again, if you wanted to, you could always make a change. You know, if you didn't like this price range, for instance. So I can change it. Maybe I wanted it to be 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. As you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe maybe you see a filter that you like that we have. Maybe you add it. Maybe you get rid of one you don't like in here. I mean, it's up to you, of course. But we've created a lot of scans for you that you can take a look at. And then again, you just save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to the cloud, and you save it to your cloud. So as you go through the different channels, you can start extracting some scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back to your layout, file, load from cloud. You'll see one here, load it, file, load from cloud, see another one, load it. But I caution you, don't have so many alert windows, so many top list windows in your layout so that you're clicking like mad all day long and you'll get nothing done. Okay? Mm. Now, if you want to create your own layouts, of course, or sorry, your own scans, of course you can. So here's a scan. I'll just demonstrate how you can do it. So if you right click on this is an alert window. If I right click and again, click on configure, instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. All these icons that you see here, these are the real-time alert icons. Okay, real-time alerts. When you see these icons, real-time alerts. And I scroll down. This is the screening aspect. These are the filters that we have. Okay. So do not get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. I think people get very, confused about all this. They look at this and think, I can't learn all this. It's way too hard a program for me to learn, because they see all the alerts and filters that we have. Well, you don't have to learn them all. Why do we have so many? Well, the company started in 2003. Figure that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they just looking at AIM. I'm hearing something about AIM. Now, why is he? Come on, Benzinga. You're giving me all these low price crazy ones. You know what I'm talking about, Casa. Anyway, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. Again, when the company started, they figured nobody would want to, most people would not want to have to learn a programming language to build their own scans. So they had to create enough alerts and alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on that. And as you can see, we've created a lot of scans for you. So, I mean, if you're new, you can go through the toolbar or the channel bar and take a look at all the channels and, take a look at some of the scans that we've created, and also mine. Well, Zach, it might be trying to be a meme stock, but it ain't working yet. But I know what you mean, that 44% float, short float. So let me talk a little bit about the racing. All this is in the guide. What I'm going to talk about right now about the racing, if you go to, again, my homepage, go to the education section, and then you'll see, well, let me show you. You click on my homepage link and go to the education section, and you will see click on the guide. Sorry about that. Click on the guide, and then you will see all about TI stock racing right here. And why I think it's a great way to start anyway, especially to get focus. You know, I said something about having so many alerts windows and top list windows, and you're cooking like mad all day long, wondering what really should I be looking at all day long. Well, I'm going to show you that these two are a wonderful way to obtain focus. So all races start from a top list window. Now I'm sharing these two races. Well, I open this top list window. All races start from a top list window. You notice that here's the top list window that I created. And if I right click, it says launch real-time stock race. That's how this race has been launched. Now, a top list window in the past was the only way to use it really was a way in which, people say, well, what stock is up the most today? What stock is up the most from the open today? So if you have that as a column header, and I've got the change from the close of yesterday, as long as I have it as a column header, then all I have to do is double left click, and this is going to tell me the stocks that are up the most from the close of yesterday. So you can see that XFAV is right at the top here. If I go to the open, change from the open, this is going to show me that the stocks that have changed the most since its opening trade. So there's Billy and GDS. We've got all the China stocks. Okay, well, at least these three are China stocks. I think IQ is a China stock. I don't think this one is. But anyway, so that's great. That's telling me, in fact, let's take a look at this one, SHPH. Wow, look at this. Look at this guy. Wow. Oh, this one. Yeah, this is the one that got up to what price? Got up to about $30, $40 the day it started trading. So again, it's great to know maybe, it's kind of interesting to know what stocks are up the most from either from the change from the open or the change from the close, what stocks have the highest relative volume, it's great to know, but how are you going to use it to trade? And that's where the races come in. If a stock like this one, YSG, all of a sudden, it's 10% or down, let's pick one way down here. You'd never see it. Let's take a look at EOSE as an example. It's up 5.8% from the open. What if all of a sudden it really started to move for whatever reason? Now it's 6%, now it's 8%, now it's 10%, now it's 15% from the open. It really is starting to move. There'd be no way you'd see that. I mean, your eye might see something as it's starting to move, but it'd be a horrible way to have to stare at a bunch of numbers all day long to figure out what one is moving. That is what the race does. So my race is based on this filters. So if a stock is between 1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum volume, and up 2% from the close. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements, and it is a moving stock, something that is really moving, we will see it in this race. So let me explain. So I run 4-minute races. I've chosen 4 minutes as my race time. You can pick whatever time frame you want. I just chose 4 minutes. So I'm waiting for this race to start. Usually takes about 30 seconds or something. Let me do something here. Okay, so it takes about 30 seconds to, I'll call it warm up. So what's happening here is that the stocks that you see near the top and that are moving up and down during the course of the race, the stock that is at the top here, this means that this stock, since the race started, has moved 1.69%. Okay, it's moved 9 cents, which represents 1.69%. So you will see, though, of course, your SADX, it just took over. It is now leading the race because it has moved 2.5% since the race started. So this is what's going to happen, for the 4 minutes. Stocks will be jockeying for position. And eventually, when the race is over, there will be a winner. So this is the cool part. It automatically creates a top 10 list for you to watch all day long. And it's based on the number of the stocks that have won the most races. So the stock that has won the most races will be in the number one position, and then obviously the next one, second, etc., down to 10. So you can see VIVK won 4 races, SADX has won 4 races, etc. So here's how you can use it, because now this gives you a focus of just 10 stocks to maybe pay attention to. You know, I mean, look at the VIVK. So you might look at this and go, okay, it is pulled back. You know, maybe I missed that first, that big move, but it is pulled back. I can see that the VWAP is at 223. Maybe if it gets above the VWAP, maybe it becomes a trade I want to take. Okay. And this is why you've got to practice trading. Maybe if it gets up to this level, maybe to that high, I don't know. I mean, you have to figure out how you want to trade, but this gives you an idea of the stocks to follow. Tops. So Tops, you know, I mean, it had that big run at the beginning. This doesn't look good to me anymore, but you never know. You know, maybe if it takes out that VWAP later on in the day at 537, put a price alert there. AT&T, AT. You know, this is looking interesting again. I mean, it pulled back to the VWAP, kind of held. I mean, it went below, and then it challenged it again, and it's moving higher. I mean, some of these are very volatile. And that is why you will see in this particular scan race, you will see stocks that have the ability to move, you know, 5, 10, 15% in the course of a race. This one, though, Peloton, that's not bad. This one, you will not see quite the volatility. The reason being is that I put a minimum of 500 million market cap here and a minimum 50 million float. So you're not going to see stocks that are, you know, having maybe the crazy, you know, 5, 10% moves. Still could be really good though. And again, it gives you a watch list. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at AVXL. You know, it had all sorts of news pre-market to do with Alzheimer's. Popped up, pulled back. So if you had seen this one and you had missed the trade, okay, you just missed it. You said, the rats, I missed that trade. But again, there's the VWAP, 1211. If you had put a price alert right around that VWAP, obviously it got there, and you might have looked at that and go, that looks interesting. Maybe I should take the trade and see what happens. Practice trading. And here's how you can do it. We have a simulator. And the simulator is based on our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. You know, if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service. And then you have access to our simulator, which uses our real-time data. Now, if you're using our web-based version, the simulator, Brokerage Plus, we call Brokerage Plus, and the racing is not available. You must be using our downloadable application, okay? And to use the simulator, I'm going to put this link in here called Brokerage Plus. So I put a link called Brokerage Plus. There are 2 videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. And I want to emphasize that because it's amazing how many people say we get emails. I don't have an IB or E-Trade account, therefore I can't use Trade Ideas, ? No. Just means you don't have access to this option. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. The second video, a lot longer, goes into more detail about how you can use this window. So I'd like to demonstrate its use as a scanner. So to load Brokerage Plus, you just click on New brokerage plus, okay? And then this window will appear. You may have different column headers, but the gist is the same. Now, if you don't see, this box that says not connected, it's possible that when you load, oops, it's possible that when you load it, maybe you just have to grab the right-hand corner and extend it, okay? It's possible. It should say not connected, and then all you do is click on sim, okay? And then it'll change to account, and click on account, and then simulated trading default. Okay, so now why are we seeing these right here? The reason we're seeing them is that I was demonstrating this simulator and showing how you can take stocks. I'm going to show up just the mechanics of it. And if you do not exit a trade at the end of the day, then this is how you can practice swing trading. Okay. Now, if I want to exit a trade, I just highlight it, and then I can flatten it, or I can get out of half my trade, or I can double my position. Okay. Give me one moment, please. Okay, so I guess the railway strike has been averted. It just got signed, so there's that. So in order to take a trade, all you have to do is click on an alert. You'll notice the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Once you've determined that, you click the buy button, and then you send it. Okay. So just the mechanics of doing it. If you want to take this SHPH. Now, here's a way you might look at this and go, well, you know what? I might want to take this, but maybe only if it pulls back to a certain price level. And here's how you can use, you can click on the buy button to do something like that. And what we've done now, when you click on, if your buy button is grayed out, in other words, if it's not clickable, then you should be on a later version of Trade Ideas, okay? Because if you've done all these steps and now you're in the simulator, your buy button should be clickable. So let's just say I wanted to take this trade, but only if it pulls back to maybe the low of that 15-minute candle. I click the buy button, and you notice it'll get into turn to the crosshairs. I just move it to the price I want, and then I left click to release it, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart, and it'll say, okay, it's going to take that trade at 167, and it puts a stop at the low of the day. Okay, now you don't have to follow that. Why it's doing this, instead of our forcing you to figure out, well, how you would create a similar situation using the buy button, what we did is we said, okay, listen, using the buy button, what it's going to do, it'll take $5,000 worth of stock at whatever price you want it to, and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. Just a quick way to demonstrate how you can do it. Of course, later on, if you want to make adjustments, and create a different scenario, of course you can. We're just trying to make it super simple, for people at the beginning. So let's just see. Maybe if it pulls back to there, it'll take the trade. Okay, so practice trading, guys. Here's Vapo from yesterday. I mean, look at the room it's got still. So I'm just going to take this trade. Just again, the mechanics of it. I'm just going to take the trade. I'm going to use it here. I'm going to buy 400 shares. The bid ask only a penny, so I can click the buy button and send it, and it'll show up here. Just the mechanics of doing it. Oh, idiot. I forgot I already had Vapol. Oh, okay. So I added to the trade. Basically, I added to the trade. I was wondering why it was taking so long. So I added to the trade. Okay, I had 400 shares. Now I've got 800. I added to that trade. Let's do eHealth instead. Say I want to take this trade right now. 500 shares, buy, send. And the reason I'm doing buying it and at the market because the spread's only a penny. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I mean, you have to start learning this stuff. Okay, the difference between the bid and the ask is the spread. If it's only a penny, you can go in at the market. Okay, so here we are. So we're in the eHealth trade in the simulator, and we'll see how it goes. Here we go. Yeah, there it is coming up. Yeah, Ratcliffe bidding for Manu, MANU, Manu. I want to say Manulife is a big mutual fund in Canada. You know, they handle a lot of money, so that's why I keep saying Manulife. Manchester United, of course, MANU. And so look at the volume coming in. Red to green is right. Yeah, it just went to positive. Okay, guys, so yesterday, let me just get this link in here. Yesterday, I indicated that if you're so inclined and you want to create a little video, testimonial or something, we're giving some swag away. And here's the link. So if you click on this, Trade Ideas Christmas. Trade Ideas Christmas. If you click on the link, no, this link's not working. Give me a moment. I copy it in wrong. That link is not working. This is what you should be getting. The three steps. You submit a video and you might get some swag. I don't know why I can't click on this though. Let me put the entire statement. This is coming from Trade Ideas, of course. Let me put the entire thing in, maybe. Just a minute, please. Okay. I don't know why this link is not working. Anyway, guys, I'll get that. Yeah, that was yesterday. They said they tried to give me they said an easier link. I actually don't mind that link. So anyway, guys, there it is. There's your link. Okay, so if you are so inclined, I'm going to use that one. Thank you. But that link, you see, that link doesn't work. I keep clicking on that, and that's not working. That one, yes. Anyway, so let me copy the link we had yesterday. Okay, so if you do click on that link, again, this is just from some swag. If you feel inclined to do this, there's the 3 steps. Okay. So you're saying this link does work? See, I can't, when I click on it in here, I cannot, it doesn't work for me. Anyway, well, Drora, that should be an obvious answer. I mean, you always want to try to take something with a smaller spread, okay? Because I mean, otherwise, you're gonna, you're gonna take something with a huge spread. Let's take a look at one. You're mentioning KTRA. Yeah, so right now the spread's a penny, but I mean, if that widened, say right now it's 768, 769, if that for some reason went from 768 to 790, with a 22-cent spread, pretty tough to trade it, because the minute you take that, well, there it goes, 747, 765, it makes it a little more difficult because I mean, to get the trade right now, you've got to go in, you want it right now, you got to go in at the ask. Right? And so the difference between the bid and the ask. So on your P&L, it's looking at where the bid is, and you're automatically in a losing position. At least most P&Ls that I'm familiar with. So that's why, within reason, you want a tighter spread within reason. I don't mean it has to be a penny, but and the other thing is, I mean, it depends on the price too. I mean, people say, well, what's a good spread? Well, it depends, if you're talking Apple, 10 cent, 15, 20-cent spread is not going to kill you. But if you're talking a stock that's $1 and it's a 20-cent spread, you can't trade it. They're almost making it so that they don't want you to trade it. And typically you'll see that sort of a spread, typically a stock that is not trading very much volume or has a very, very low float. Here's an interesting one. Look at RYAM, R-Y-A-M, R-Y-A-M. Well, this is a great break on the daily today. Where is the next high looking left? I'll have to get out a weekly chart. Take a look. Wow, this has got some room, guys. I mean, I don't see anything. Let's go on monthly chart then. It's not an all-time high or anything like that, but not even close. But the monthly high is at 957. So it's got a little bit of room when you look at a monthly chart. But this is definitely an interesting stock today. RYAM. It's on an earnings play. Don't see any news for it. Almost looks like this is a buyout the way it's trading here. Okay, look at QFIN, guys. So I'm assuming, I haven't looked at KWeb for a while. KWeb for a while. And so KWeb is just kind of basing a bit here. So QFIN had a little bit of a drop. Now it's starting to run again. And this is a Redbarg Nord. Redbarg Nord. What's the high over here? 1727. Boy, if we can get through 1727, take a look at the weekly, see if there's anything. Yeah, it looks like there's some maybe to the 18 level, maybe. What? Amazon tops Amazon tops Netflix as the biggest streamer in the US. Okay. Okay, G triple I is trying to have a bit of a comeback again. Get back on the daily chart. So of course it was an earnings play yesterday, but hammered down. Trying to recover a little bit today. Well, this has been appearing every day. Well, every day, the last 3 days anyway, on this short list that I've got, or the 10-day daily breakdown. KNOP, just wow. $14 3 days ago, down to 940 now. Never heard of this one before. I mean, look what a sleepy trader it has been. Then all of a sudden, it's getting crushed. All right, guys. So, what time is it now? 11:17. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. And I'll confirm that it is Andy. Andy's going to be pretty happy, I think, because I think he had Netflix. He had Netflix. When did Netflix have earnings? I think this is the week that Netflix had earnings, and I think he took it while well, I think he took it before its earnings, and he got rewarded. That's something I never do, but he did get rewarded. I don't know if he's still holding it though. And Andy will be in our YouTube room. That's why I'm saying. Let me just find out. All right, UIS. Wow, Unisys. Unbelievable. Some of the prices of these stocks that used to be just, Unisys was just a monster company. Okay, 438 was the high. Looking left, that's yesterday. Yeah, I mean, listen, if it could ever break out over five, because they had earnings on the 7th, and that was the reaction. Yeah, look at that. Look at the big, huge down candle. So that was the earnings reaction. That was it. Hasn't really recovered. All right, I haven't really looked at Zach's topping plays, especially if they're these China stocks. I mean, I'm sure some of them have worked well, but there's the GDS. I guess yeah, that worked well. Haven't had time to really look at them. So here's not a China stock. Blue is not a China stock. That was showing up on his list. So yes, Andy will be in our YouTube room at what time is it? At noon Eastern. Look at tops, guys. Boy, after that flurry, all basically the pre-market, guys. Look at that. That's 9 o'clock. In fact, not all. Everything, all the excitement was for tops was all in the pre-market. That's a 9:15 candle. 9:30. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a 9:15 candle. I got up to 6:31, sold off a bit. Market open and just completely sold off. Boy, look at KWEB. Now maybe my scale might be wrong. No, look at KWEB. Just hanging in there. So all the China stocks, not all, but a lot of them are probably just going to look a little bit like this, basing a bit. So now the key is I'm going to stick an alert at the VWAP for KWEB, because my feeling is that if it takes out that VWAP, a lot of other China stocks are probably going to do the same type of thing. Maybe not the VWAP, but probably they'll be falling. Best, okay, let's take a look at Best. I've seen that stock. Yeah, so this is just out of the style I trade. I just don't look at stocks under $1, but if you're in it, good luck. So the question is in our YouTube room, Viresh, can the AI auto trade with E-Trade Broker? Yes, it can. It can trade with Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Those are the only two. I can't show you an example because I'm not connected to my IB account. Okay. But the answer to the question is yes. But I'm going to caution you: we don't recommend auto trading. But I mean, if you're bound and determined to try it, first of all, you could try it in the simulator. Okay, so I mean, I could do it in the simulator. I don't want to because I don't want to. I don't want to really talk about auto trading at all. I don't believe in it. I flat out don't believe in it. So that's why you'll never hear me really talking about it. I don't really like to demonstrate it. People get the idea that, and I'm just talking to you, Viresh. It'd be wonderful if I could tell you, yeah, all you got to do is turn the AI on in the morning, auto trade everything, and count your money at the end of the day. Maybe not every day is going to be great, but that's just not the way it's going to work. For instance, I'll use SMAR as an example. Okay, so SMAR was an AI alert at 37.31. It got up to 38.52. There's a over $1 move. And I was saying to people, if you're in this one, you should really know where that 200-day moving average is. Now, I think it came down a little bit because, that could stop it. No, I guess it was the same. So that could stop it. But the AI did not get out of that trade until 37.61. Okay, so from 37.31, so it got out of the trade at 37.61. To me, that would be very poor management. Okay, so I just use the AI when I do take an AI trade. The ones I like are the ones under under $20. That's number one. That's just me. But if I've been in this trade, see, for me, auto trading, I will never auto trade because when I get an alert, I always want to be able to click on the symbol to see, okay, what's happening? No, nothing. But seriously, what's happening? Okay. And is the 200-day close? Is the VWAP close? When I look left, is there room for it to move? And I can determine that in seconds, because I know I've got my single stock window. So and on the daily chart, I know where the 200-day is. Can't even see it here. There's the VWAP is here on my 15-minute chart. So I mean, I can size this up for me anyway. I'm doing this a while, pretty quickly, whether or not I want to take a trade or not. So I would never auto trade. What's the market doing? Is this a stock that maybe is going to follow the market, or is it kind of trading on its own? Does it have a little bit of news? So all this can be sized up. Yeah. Will it move maybe 2 or 3 cents or 4 cents? And if it's a fast moving stock, okay, I get it. You won't get it. But to me, sacrificing 2 or 3 or 4 cents, to just kind of ensure, for me anyway, ensure that it's what I want to trade is just no big deal, because I'm not trying to scalp anything. Okay. So I use the AI as a watch list. That's it. So when I get an alert, I'll click on it and see what's happening, and I make my mind up whether or not I want to trade it or not. So again, that's why I don't talk about auto trading at all. I mean, I actually wish they wouldn't, I wish it were not even available. I think it gets people into trouble. We have people get so upset with us because, this, they want to do high frequency trading, and not just with the AI, but with their own strategies. They create their own strategies, and they're doing things like, I want to make a nickel profit with a 1 cent stop. It's just not going to work. So you look at CBRL from the AI. Okay, so it had the alert. There's the short alert at 99.30. Now from there it popped up a bit. That doesn't mean later on maybe it does take that out. So I'd be putting a price alert down there. If you don't mind trading $100 stocks, I put a price alert down there to see if it takes it out later on, and then you can make up your mind if you want to trade it. I mean, at that point, at 99.30, just trying to see where the next low is. See, I'd be looking at that and going, I won't take the trade, because the next low looking left is 98.29. To me, that's just too close to 90. Well, obviously to 99.30. I would want to see it break out maybe underneath all this before I would take a short on that, because then it's got some room underneath. As one example. So that's why I wouldn't take the trade. That's me though. I mean, obviously, I always have to say that's my style. Uh, I think that is right, Major. I don't have a multi-strategy window open, but again, a multi-strategy window is giving you a real-time alert. So what would be the reason for wanting to sort columns? Yeah, they're unsortable. I know you can in an alert window, but I mean, again, what would be the reason? Because typically, you want to see the last alert first. So you're all, you want to have the last one right at the top. Whoa, so there is some activity with the cannabis stocks. Obviously, there's a sundial, and I did see Tilray, I did see CGC earlier. So there is some activity with the cannabis stocks. What's MJ doing? I'm pretty still stuck. This is the ETF for the industry. I mean, it's getting a little more traction, but let me bring this out a little bit, or zoom down a little bit. Okay, so yeah, I mean it's had a nice few days actually, 551 to 618. It's kind of breaking out over here. So there's some activity with the cannabis stocks. Well, that's a big market, Rhode Island, but that is amusing. Hey now, for you Gary Shandling fans, MSOS, all right. Oh, that's the ETF. I see. That's the ETF. Why do you say that? Let's see, 2.5 million, and let's take a look at MJ. Yeah, I guess you're right. A lot more volume for MSOS. OCGN, pre-market actives downer scan is not working. Oh, well, let me take a look. Well, okay. I mean, it's had, but you see, to me, from my style of trading, I just see so many little blockages. I mean, even if it gets up to 184 from 156, I mean, that would be a nice move. But there's a lot of little areas it could, for me anyway, when I look at the daily chart, that it could get blocked. So it just becomes something that's just not interesting to me, unless it has some very specific news that's going to just cause this thing to pop. The single stock window, I know the single stock it wasn't working. I didn't think most people looked at it, so I wanted to actually see if anybody would even say anything. But let me take a look at the down. Wow, if that's right, because I could have sworn I checked that, but let's see. You're absolutely right. Why? Could have sworn. No, it's okay. It's okay. All right. Okay, I'll just get to my buddy Rudy, who looks after my home page. He'll have to make the changes. Might as well get him to do the single stock window then too. So just give me a moment. It was a down. Okay, so let me just copy that. I don't have to do that. A moment. Okay, thank you for that. They do? Okay, jeez. Don't do this to me, Pepe. I rely on you. Okay, guys. So what time is it? 11:39. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break, and Andy will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. And again, I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my in the main room before I take my break. Yeah, this China is not stopping, guys. KWeb, boy, look how strong this is. I had a little pause here, and that's it. Held the VWAP, held the VWAP, and just is just super strong. Here's another little one. EH is another China stock. This is something to do with um, travel sector in China. Actually has earnings. Oh, it had earnings today. December 2nd pre-market actually had earnings today. No big reaction, but maybe again just caught up in the China euphoria. Now my issue with it would be there's 528 right there. To me, it looks like there could be a little too much resistance between here and 528 for EH. Look at sundial here. So this actually turned into what I used to call, well, I still will call it kind of my favorite day. When you have a gap down in the market and then a recovery, doesn't have to be all day, but this has basically been an all day recovery. Let's take a look here. We're going to see such a dramatic difference now when we look at the sectors change from the open. Remember, everything was negative when we looked at the change from the close 10 minutes before the market opened. Every one of these sectors were bright red. Now let's take a look. Okay, so you can see that energy is recovered. 76% of them are above the open. 82% of tech stocks, communications, 85%. In fact, the only ones that haven't really recovered, retail is just sort of stuck, 50-50. Retail is kind of 50-50 right now. But again, if you were, and well, I don't usually look at utilities, but if you were here 10 minutes before the market opened and we were looking at this as the change from yesterday's close, what the sectors were, they were all bright red. And RLX is still strong, guys. Look at the, I haven't talked about the histogram. I usually look at the histogram a little more in the afternoon, okay? Then I'll explain why. Gives it more time to set up. Well, I guess my video today is just going to be KWeb. There's no point. There's just too many other, there's so many stocks to have picked from, but just talk about KWeb and say, China, 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 and you could have picked virtually any China stock and it would have been following what, well, look at XPEV. Interesting. So XPEV and LI, are they all doing the same thing? Now LI, I mean, look at the 200 at the VWAP, guys. It's just right at the VWAP. How about NIO? NIO is just it's just above the VWAP. But the highs are not that far away. Highs of the day aren't that far away. XPEV, interesting. I think XPEV is below the VWAP. Yeah. Well, I mean, and look, if it pops above the VWAP and KWAP is so strong, that could be an interesting long. So I'm just going to stick an alert a little bit above the VWAP, around 1209. Yeah, okay. So there's the VWAP, 1189. So actually this, I don't know why we have a little discrepancy, but a dime here, but regardless, I think, I probably wouldn't take this one anyway. Unless it took out 12. So market still supers. What a recovery. So after a bit of an early morning thumping for NTNX, which got down to $28, 20 almost $28, 28.26. Nice rally. Had earnings yesterday. There's a reaction, but plus I think it's also in the news as maybe a potential buyout takeover. Oops. Internet, don't fail me today. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. We have a halt for the STG, guys, and a halt for STG. Let's see what's happening with it. Is it moving higher on the halt? Yes, it is. So STG got halted through the 200-day moving average at 473. I don't think I really saw this one earlier. This is a China stock. Look out. This is a China stock. Not a lot of volume yet. Let's take a look at where it may open. Okay, so this is Interactive Brokers, this big blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So it's showing me the halt price. Now, I mean, usually what you'll see is a very similar price in the bid and the ask and all, or the projected open, but 650, 614, 651. So this will change. So this will obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but it should change. Now, if this is a 5-minute halt, then this will open at 11:51 plus 59 seconds, so basically 11:52. Okay, if it's a 5-minute halt, typically they are 5-minute halts because of volatility. Okay, sometimes you'll see reason 26. It's the same as volatility. I don't know why. I don't know why sometimes it says 26 and other times it said volatility, but they're basically 5-minute halts. So let's see if this starts to change. Now, where could it go? Because I don't know what STG, boy, it's way at it's low. This prop, I'm sure this has done many reverse splits. If I go to a monthly chart, you're going to see this is split adjusted. It started trading as STG back here in 2018 and got as high as $174. Okay, so this is split adjusted. So I mean, I shouldn't say, I don't know if it actually got up to 100, but split adjusted, that would be the split adjusted price. So let's see what happens when it opens. Now, somebody asked me yesterday, how do I play halts resumes? Um, Typically, if I were going to do it, I'm not chasing. I mean, so for instance, if this comes out of the halt at 650, it's not like I'm not going to chase it. The only way I would do it, though, it got halted at 614. Now, again, I have to say, this is a bit of a strange one when we see this kind of a spread, 614, 651. Let's just say this said 630, 630. Okay, that as a projected open when it comes out of the halt. So let's just say it popped a little bit and then it dropped below 614, which is the halt price, just a little bit. I don't mean like that back down to 5, maybe back, a little bit below the 614, maybe it gets down to 610, 605, and then it pops right back up through the 614, the halt price. That is when sometimes I will take it. Okay. I'm not suggesting that that's what anybody else should do, but somebody asked yesterday. But what I will not do is chase it. Okay, I am getting a little lag here, so all I'm going to do is just do a little reset of the connection. Okay, so my man Rudy says that he did do the update for my those scans. Let's see. Market actives down. Yes, there it is. Okay, so it is now loading correctly. And the single stock window, where are you? And it is loading correctly too. Why is it? No, Barry. You know what you did? Shoot. I'm gonna have to get him to change it again. What I did was it's the entire dock now that when you click on that. So All right, give me a moment here. Okay, so yeah, so don't click on. Man, I forgot when I copied this, I copied the whole thing. I had to take it out, etc. Anyway, we should be good to go. Rudy will make the change again for the single stock window. Okay, guys, keep an eye on IoT. Okay, keep an eye on IoT. This is an earnings play. Now, where's that 200 day? You got up to what? The high today was 1262 and the 200 day is 1321. I mean, that's far enough away. So keep an eye on IoT. There it is, just underneath the VWAP. It's an earnings play, so it should still be active. And if it takes out the VWAP, it may have a bit of a run in it. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert around say 12:15 and put a price alert around there and see if it takes that out and then has a bit of a run. You can kind of see making on the 15-minute chart, it's making higher lows, moving up. Should it should still be active all day because it's an earnings play. I'm not saying even if it gets through that VWAP that it's going to run to the high of the day, but I want to know about it if it does. So Pete, are you saying there has, well, because I know he's done a lot of videos on all the different ones. So it's not in that video with the Bull Flag 3. I don't know. I don't know. I don't use any of the Market Explorer stuff, but so what time is it now? 11:56. I got to do this quickly because Andy is going to be in our YouTube room very soon. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, let me go to the guide. Actually, is there something here? Help, user guide. So I thought down here, he's got Market Explorer. Doesn't he have, is there something about Market Explorer here? Here we are, Market Explorer. No, he did a bunch of videos. Yeah, here he's doing, yeah, so he did a bunch of videos, each one of them. So if it's not there, then I have no answer for you. Okay. But as Pepe or somebody is saying, or Pete mentioned, believe it refers to the daily chart. Well, I can actually ask him. I'll just ping him and see what he says. I think he's around today, so let me just okay, so I just pinged him and see what he says, okay? Now, let me get my announcement in. I'm anticipating Andy's going to be in our YouTube room any moment now. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET, okay? And I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and head over there and listen to Andy if you want for the hour. You can ask him all about his wonderful Netflix trade. Oops. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. He's not there yet, so I'm just waiting for him to show up. And just as I said that, there he is. How are you, my friend?
Hey, Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good. I've been
Yeah.
pressing everybody to just say, my goodness, how did you at Netflix before earnings, like nobody is supposed to do? And
Yes. Yeah. I do that every now and then. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, Barry. But
so let me just put the main room on mute so I can continue to talk to you. Okay,
okay.
guys. So I'll be back at about 1 p.m. Okay, so I'm putting you guys on mute. Okay, now I can talk to you, Andy.
All
Yeah,
right.
no, wow, did that ever work out well? You got in around what, 2:50
Let me share my screen and then I will
or
look
so?
at it. Yeah, now it's not going to reflect that on my little brokerage plus here because what I do is I get a core position and then I kind of trade around that core
Oh,
position
right, okay.
with more size. So but yeah, that one in Meta, uh yeah, that was yeah, around just below 250.
That's what
And,
I thought.
yeah, and of course, I'm not going to sit through moves like this. Like I
Right.
said, I'll keep a core position, but what I'll do is on this day, I buy size and then or add to my position and then scalping out along the way. But
Right.
yeah.
Nice.
Anyway, regarding your question, regarding the bull flag, isn't it specified in daily in 15 minutes? So the time frame for a daily would be a
Well,
daily.
I suggested that, but the gentleman said that he looked at the video or something and he couldn't quite see that. So
Huh. Okay.
that's what I thought, because I know Michael's done a series of videos individually about them, but he
hmm
says he couldn't get that information. I've pinged Michael to see what he says.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I both built a bull flag for both of those time frames. So I will, if he's still here, I will pull it out and take a look at it and show him kind of what it looked.
Okay, he was in the main room, so I don't know if he's here
Okay.
yet.
Okay. All right. Well,
Hey,
Barry, enjoy your time off, buddy.
I will. I will. By the way, look at XPav right now, Andy. Look at XPav right
Yes.
now.
You know what, Barry? I bought that yesterday on the pullback. Right here at you can see the 984. You can see my little.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes, I am
and you
liking
held
that.
it.
I held it. I held it.
Oh, good for you.
This
Wow.
was
Okay.
uh yeah, and Neo too. I've been in Neo for a while actually too, and that one's
Yeah.
kind of working as well. So yeah, it's been a nice week for me, Barry. So
Oh, good for
I'm not afraid of those China stocks,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, your voice sounds a little chipper today. A
But
little extra jog in your step.
let me ask you this: when Michael tipped off that SHPH, did anybody grab that? That was a that was a really nice call at
You mean Michael
167.
Noss?
Uh-huh. He
Oh
was
no,
in
I
he
didn't
was in
see
our
that.
chat.
No,
Yeah, it was in our chat.
no.
Yeah, look at that.
You guys always exclude me, so I
Oh, no.
didn't see that.
You have access to the trader chat.
I know. I know. All right, my friend, I'll take
All
my
right,
break now, get on my bike and go for a indoor ride.
there
Okay,
you go.
so,
There you go.
okay,
All right, have a
we'll
good
see
one,
you.
Barry.
Now, can you go to one? Or
Oh
are you
yeah,
okay going to
absolutely.
one? Okay,
Nope, I'll
okay,
hold the whole
okay,
9 yards. All right, buddy. Bye bye.
okay, bye.
Hello, everybody. All right, welcome to the Friday support webinar. If anybody came to this to get any help with the software, this is the time to do it. For the next hour, I'll be here. Hi Edgar, how are you? So if you do have any questions on configurations or any questions you might have about the software, I will. Let's see. Patrick says, Andy, yes, please, if you could share your two bull flag scanners for. Okay. Uh, were you the one that was asking Barry about that, Patrick? Hi, Varesh and Rajiv. How are you? Good morning. I'm not sure if you're the one, so I will go into it anyway because it's they're both pretty good. Uh, bull flag. Wait, yeah, hold on just a minute. My wife is trying to talk to me. She doesn't know I'm in. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Bull flag daily setup. Let's load her up. See if we have anything in here. And geez, why is this? This dev version is kind of wonky. So this is what it's looking for. This is not the prettiest of them all, but it's looking for a move up. It has to have a move up, I think, of like at least 3 to 5% or something like that. And you got some sideways trading action. Uh, this one right here. Now it's kind of looking at closing candles. So when you get these big moves down like that, it's still going to report, as a bull flag anytime you've had a move up and then kind of trading sideways. Yeah, that one's kind of wonky. Let's look at the intraday. You're probably going to find so much better stuff right now on the intraday because it seems like the daily setups work better when we have a little bit of consolidation in the overall market. All right, so let's take a look at these. And there you have it. This is a 15-minute chart, so it's looking for a move up and then some sideways trading action. And this one looks like you've had some big movements up and down, but really it's a $260 stock, and this is really only like 50-cent move. So it's not that uh, that one needs time to form. It only needs to set up for like 30 minutes. Here's a good one. You've had a move up, and now we're flagging sideways. And there's your move. We're flagging for basically 45 minutes there, 30 minutes. So these will report after about 30 minutes. They just need to move sideways for about 30 minutes to form that flag. But I like them better if they, maybe do it 45 minutes to an hour. So let me show you how to do this. I always tell people that uh, with our position and range filters, or a lot of our range filters, you can create pretty much a lot of chart patterns. All right, so let's go to the filters, hide unused. All right, so change from close, you can see that has to have moved up at least maybe about 0.5% or more. Okay, so not looking for anything huge on the intraday. This is just a volume filter, relative volume. You're looking for things that are at least doing average. You don't have to. You can always take this out. Change from 10 SMA. I'm looking for things in this one that are kind of close to that 10 SMA. And once again, we could take this out and find more data. This EPS is just a hack to filter out any ETFs. And there's your 30-minute range. This is your 30-minute range. This is what's making that flag pattern. Okay. It cannot have a range of more than 0.3% in the 30-minute time frame. Okay. So now you've constructed something that has to have gone up, okay, at least 0.5%. But in the last 30 minutes, the range is being kind of compressed to where it's not a lot of movement in that 30-minute time frame. That will kind of help build your flag pattern. And I just have these in here. If it's flagging, I kind of want it close to yesterday's highs, if not all the way, through it. Uh, and then position in today's range needs to be in the upper, 20% of today's range. But I'll show you if you take some of these out, we may be able to even get more. Take out this relative volume because Friday's relative volume sometimes can be very anemic. And there you have it. We got a lot showing up now. There you go. So you had a nice move up and it's kind of flagging. Now it's starting to break through that flag. So if you're just looking for patterns, you don't have to have all those that relative volume filter in there. And if you don't really care if it's close to the 10 moving average, you can kind of take that out. I just a lot of times I like when they're flagging and they're kind of close to that 10 period moving average. All right. So let me share these and you can decide if you want to take those filters out. It's great to get it and play around with it. And you can actually, uh, tweak some of the ranges if you like. If you're looking for a bigger move up, uh, you can take out that. Here's the daily, and that's very similar to what Michael did. In the Market Explorer. Okay, bull flag daily. There you go. And the bull flag intraday. You're welcome, Varesh. Uh, you are very welcome. And Patrick, I hope that that works for you. I'm telling you, I have found some really good stuff in those things. I don't have it up. A lot of times, what I'll do is I'll use that for my nightly homework or my morning homework. Look for those stocks on the daily that are flagging. I don't do a lot of intraday stuff, but I'm more of a swing trader. All right. Make sure I didn't miss any question here. Y'all bear with me if I go on pause every now and then. I think I'm at the tail end of a cold, but boy, it's having a hard time leaving. Oh, thank you, Rajiv, for the webinar yesterday. Uh, yeah, so the one in Patrick, the ones in the Market Explorer, I think you're gonna probably get a lot more data in there. Mine are kind of I add a few extra filters that are kind of trying to limit how much I get. But like I said, you can take those range filters and position and range filters and really play around with those and get some pretty cool stuff out of it. Just spend some time with it. You probably do more with it than I've done with it. You could create a break from congestion scan similar to that I would like breaking out of a flat 30-minute range. Yeah, here's the thing I've learned when it comes to like stocks that are ranging. And I've tried to do some turn those things into alerts, like a new high after they've been consolidating like that. And what I've learned is when stocks are in like a range that day, a lot of times I mean, I don't know if you're talking about swing trading or day trading, but you're probably talking about day trading. But sometimes it's hard to get when that you get a lot of head fakes a lot of times when a stock's ranging, and that's what I found out in my back test. It's like you'll get a head fake, it'll come back down, range some more, maybe another head fake, and then later it'll take off on a new high. The thing about it is when you're back testing those things, it's going to take that first new high and back test it from that, and um, that's why I like to use it in a top list and just kind of use it with my eyeball and gut feeling. Yeah, yeah, day trading. Uh, Yeah, easy to do. I mean, you could take that. Let me just show you how. Just take that bull flag intraday. There you go. There's a bull flag intraday new high. I already built it for somebody probably. So let's take a look and see how it did. TD. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what frustrates you. This is a stock that went up in the morning, ranged for about an hour, and then you get your new high right there. And this is where my back testing would come into play, and then it would back down, slop around a little more, and then go a second time. So it's kind of tough. There's another one. Got your new high, slopping around, ranging. See if we got one that work here. That was a good one. Seems like that should have triggered here though. So I'm not sure why that one. It's probably a filter that I have in here. I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah, I'm sure it's a filter because it seems like that should have triggered right there. To go back in. I don't want to dissect it right now and try to figure out why. Beautiful one right there. There you go. Who was it that brought that up? Jeff. Yeah. So there's a good, beautiful one right there. 315. You had your bull flag here. Move higher, consolidating, forming that flag. Boom. There's your setup, and there's your go. Let's see if anything else worked here. Yeah, not a bad one there. So this one had a little bit of a boy. Look at this thing, man. This thing could explode any minute. But on the daily, there, it's at a triple top and just sitting here consolidating, going sideways. So I'll share this one too. I think we already looked at that. Procter and Gamble. Yeah. So I have. Now it's going to continue. That's the thing about alerts. It's going to continue to show you the same, alerts over and over. Unless you can always go in there and go to properties and go to hmm, where is it? Oh, I'm in history, but you can go to don't repeat and click on don't repeat and have it to where it's not showing you these things over and over once they break through. But let me go ahead and put this on real time, and I will, well, I can share it from here. Get too many things built in here. Yeah, this may be one you like, Jeff. Bull flag intraday new high. There we go. You're welcome. Call it a bull flag alert. No, Peter, I'm an old trader, so I uh, just a discretionary, trader. I like to look at charts and kind of decide for myself. I think a good trader is going to any good trader is going to be not. I'm not talking about bragging on myself. I'm going to beat most of your algorithms because, and it's not so much they're great for getting you into trade, finding opportunity, and getting you in. And really, you think about it, a lot of these alerts, when you build an alert, you're building an algo. You really are. You're just using our coding to do it. So that's what's incredible about the alerts here at Trade Ideas that you're not going to find anywhere else. Uh, is you can really build some exotic stuff, and uh, so essentially, I guess I do kind of use not AI, but I definitely use algos because you're using this software. Uh, but I I don't know if there can build, we have somewhat of an AI that will be able to go in and back test all these different uh, strategies that we built and optimize it over and over and over again. The problem is, and it's good. It's good about finding some opportunity in their entry. The problem is are the exits. It's just because there's so many variables, so much stuff that goes into the market. Not only that, you got all these algos tripping over each other. I think uh, in the market. So I like to use my own, yeah, just my own intuition and eyes for trading. Uh, let's see here. Yeah, it's amazing, guys. If you spend time, just spend time. It took me about probably 8 months. Shouldn't take it. Average person probably not as long because I didn't have trade ideas when I started. Everything was just me trading. Watch list and stocks that I was accustomed to trading. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's very successful traders out there who will just do nothing but trade one stock or a handful of stocks. Nothing wrong with that. I like variety. I like to find things that are moving and doing well. Uh, but the key is to profit. If you can find one stock, they have a personality, and you just there's some stock you trade very well. I happen to trade China stocks very well, so you'll find me in a lot of China stocks. And uh, now when they're just totally sucking, I won't be on. But I'll trade pretty much everything. But my problem is I get a lot of positions. Like I'm in every one of these things. So sometimes, especially in the morning, it's hard to it's hard to keep track of everything. It really is. Mornings just drive me crazy. That first 30 minutes when stuff's all over the place. Let me see. Let's see. I'm sorry. Does Trade Ideas have a community other than here on YouTube? Like any? No, we're looking at Discord right now as far as uh, turning Barry's room possibly into Discord. I don't even know if I should be saying that, but we're just kind of beta testing it right now. So nothing's etched in stone, but may have a few more features that will make it just more pleasant of a room than what we currently have. And I've toyed around with the idea of also, if we go that route, is opening up possibly a Discord room for those that like to swing trade. And it would not be all day like Barry. This would be something maybe a couple hours a day because swing trading is a little bit different. You you do some homework and you come in here and like usually my positions are all done. Seldom I take trade new trades in the afternoon, so most of them are all done in the morning. So we're toying around with that idea. All right, looking at a few of my positions. There's a big turnaround today in my P&L. You can see it was morning was just that gap down was everything was ugly, and boy, it really reversed. Especially on some of these China plays. Like I said, I was already in XPEV, and actually XPEV is kind of trying to fail right now, and Neo's holding up. But I've been in Neo from over here, so you can see my entry 1075, and that's even adding. I think today or no, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I did add a little bit today, this morning on that rip up. Momo was kind of my latest position today that I took. Looked interesting right here. Of course, China stocks are doing very well. K Web's up 6.7, and you had a little pullback day and then it took out that high. I bought it at 60. Actually, in my account, I got it at 60. Was it, what I'll do is I'll go into my account and I don't have them connected, so I just go into my account and make a trade. And I come over here to my brokerage plus and make it. So sometimes my entry's not the same. Soul was a good one on earnings this morning. Opened up and I got this one at 480. Let's see. I think I added to this position too. And I sold half. Sorry, I'm talking to myself over here. Hi, Clay. Yeah, no problem. Having trouble loading scanners on the platform. Now, when you say loading scanners, are you talking about somebody shared with you a cloud code and you're trying to load it from that code? Correct. Okay. Let's do this. Let's just do grab one of the codes that I dropped in there. Okay. That last one, the bull flag alert. So what you do, Clay, is you want to make sure you click on it. Okay. Don't try to copy the code from the link. Just go ahead and click on it first. And it's going to pull up this cloud page. Okay. Now, the best place to grab the code is in the URL. Just click on the URL and copy it from there. Okay. Now, when you do that, it's going to copy it to your clipboard. Okay. So it's on your clipboard now. So now all you have to do is go to File and Load from Cloud. And once again, you're going to see the codes already in there. You don't have to paste it. And then just click on Load and voila, you have it. So give that a shot, okay? And that, I mean, it's pretty seamless, and there shouldn't be any issues. If you're having any issues following using those instructions, you might have to you have maybe some sort of conflict with another software or something. Well, you might have to just re-download the software, just because it's pretty straightforward. And I will show it again. Yes, I will do that. Okay. Once again, all I'm doing is going into our chat, okay, where I dropped that cloud link in there for the bull flag alert. And all I'm doing is clicking on it. I don't even know if I pull it over here, can you guys see the chat? Okay, I'm just clicking on that link is all I'm doing. Okay. And then I'm going to the URL. You can also copy it down here, but I just find it easier just to highlight and just copy from the URL. And you don't have to do that. You can close the pages. All right, so now it's on your clipboard. So now what you want to do is go to File, find the toolbar, okay, and go to File, Load from Cloud. All right, you don't go to the second one. You go to the top one, Load from Cloud. That's what you have. You have a cloud link. So you want to load from cloud. And once again, the code is already in there. So don't try to paste it. Okay. And then after that, you just click load. And there it is. And it's just saying loading. It's just not loading. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're having some computer issues, or uh yeah. What you may try doing is just exiting the program and relaunching it again from your desktop. Okay. So try doing that first. Okay. Maybe there's just some sort of hiccup in your software. So try just closing out everything and reopening the software. If that doesn't work, you're probably going to have to re-download the software and see if you can get that back. Are you on a PC, Clay? You're not working on a Mac with Parallels, are you? Okay. Yeah. Let me ask you this, Clay. What is your reading up here for your latency and the time in your trade ideas where it says a number than ms milliseconds? Is it below like 500? Should be a number right there. It'll kind of go faint and then pop up again. Yeah, it should be right in your in your toolbar. You're probably relaunching, reloading the software. I got you doing that first. Yeah, but check that because a lot of times if there's bandwidth issues, your internet is having some bandwidth issues that would cause a big lag, and something like that. But if you're, if you're below 500 and it should definitely load a Cloud Link. My trend change. Okay, yeah, the trend change pro that I did. Okay, sure can. There you go, Rajiv. You're welcome. Holly, this path is kind of. I remember this thing teasing me last time. I'm not giving up on it, but boy, it got real close to highs there after earnings. Seems like it did this last time. Well, this SHPH continuing to go. What's Netflix doing? Lithium's having a nice day. Now, I noticed all these EV stocks, especially the Chinas and Tesla's had a decent little bounce. And geez, I've been in this thing for 2 days, finally trying to make some noise. So hard to be patient. I was in the Sun Power for, oh gosh, what was it, like a week, 5 days, maybe I got in it last Friday. I can't remember. Finally, yesterday, it closed for the second time below its stem. Anyway, I just said, "Gosh, this thing is just not going to go. It's going to back up." And of course, today it just rips right at there. That's the way it happens. It's so hard to be patient, when these stocks don't do what you expect them to do. Because there was some days in here where the First Solar was doing well, ENPH was doing, and this thing could not get going. Of course, the day you give up on it, the next day. They have to sell some of this. Hold on just a minute. That's running into. It's going to run into like a little ledge here at 45 ish. Maybe it wants to make it to the 50 though. That SHPH. All right. Sorry about that. Clay, let me know if if you still don't have that working. We can probably uh set up a. Chris is always good about doing those screen shares. I can try. I mean, I could try, but I'm afraid you wouldn't get anywhere. I'm not real technical savvy when it comes to trying to figure out, why piece of software is not working. Now, when you're downloading it, you're not trying to and download it into a certain place on your computer, are you? You're letting it. You're just using the default download to where it's setting an icon on your desktop, correct, Clay? In other words, you're not trying to save it in a particular place. Okay, on your yeah. We've had this issue a couple of times, right? So, uh, let me see if Steve's in here. Let me hit Steve up. All right. Yeah, you might have to give it. Maybe give it a. Let me tell Steve. Wait for Chris. Wait for Chris. You might want to give it maybe another hour or two and come back into support. Uh, Come back into the support, and we'll have somebody in there that can actually take a look at it. I did have to sell a little bit of that SHPH. I just you start seeing 67% gains, man. You can't get to. Clay, did you ever get the information on that bandwidth I asked you about? Okay, you see my screen right here? I'm moving the toolbar, Clay. Okay, it's going to be right there. See that 109 ms, 63 ms. That's where it's going to be, right in the toolbar. If you got it too tight, you may not see it, so you want to make sure you kind of expand it out to the downside so you can see it. And also that will show you. Oh, it's blank. Okay, so you're not even connected properly. Yeah, you something's wrong. Yeah, you might. Yeah, you may have to go back to our online chat, and somebody in there can see if you're connected. It sounds like you're not connected. Yeah, I have a red dot. See, you're not even connected. You want to make sure you go into uh, account. You want to make sure when you log in, you do exactly. In other words, it is case sensitive on your username and your password. So if you're using an email and it doesn't have any capital caps in it, don't don't put any caps in it and when you sign in. So just make sure you log in with your username and your password. If you still can't get in, come to our back to our chat and we can reset that password for you and give you make sure we're giving you the correct, exact credentials you're supposed to be signing in with. All right, market. Let's see here what you're gonna do. That path, that is so such pitiful action there. Well, it makes sense. Every time I'm doing one of these support webinars and I have positions, everything starts falling. Market starts rolling over on me. That's okay. I've already taken some good profits, and I may just have to sell some more. Not selling that. Nah, I'm not selling anything. Yes, if you go back in there, they can check the exchange agreements. Clay, we have your email username in all caps. Okay, so Clay, make sure you're signing in your username when you go in to log in. Make sure everything is in capital. Steve saying it's in all caps. So you want to make sure it's in all caps when you sign in. Sign in. Hey Iris, how are you? You love my nice setup, but recently the setup are not nice anymore. I'm still finding a few in there. Let's see here. Let's take Yeah, sometimes when the market gets kind of in a kind of like a bearish tape that we're seeing, uh See, now this one would have been a beautiful one had you seen this earlier, and it should have. Let's go back in time, and let's go back to about. Let's see, what is that? An hour, a little over an hour ago. Okay, so let's just put 1044, and look at there. Okay, so this one was a nice setup. This is going back 1045, and if I went back to 1030, we'll try that next. It's probably in there as well. 1976. There was your nice setup. Let's go back to 10. Sometimes you just got to find the right ones, Iris. And to me, that would be a beautiful one. The reason that's a beautiful one to me is look at there. You got your 20 period moving average, you got your 10. So not only does it cross that 10 period moving average for the first time, you're taking out this high. That's a beauty. Let me go back to and go to 1030 and see what we have. There it is. 1947. So it was notifying you that this was a nice setup. Uh, there's another pretty nice setup. F. Schlumberger still a nice setup. Once again, I'd love to see if that thing gets above that 5282. This is what I do a lot of times when I'm doing this. When I do my homework in the morning, I'll just put price alerts in there of where you want to be notified if it gets through. This one, I'd love to get notified above that 20 there. You just go through and Aflac, boy, that looks like it wants to go to all-time highs. I really don't like buying all-time highs in this market until we get, into a bull market again, which we could we could possibly be in one, but there's still a lot of nervous triggers out there. But Iris, it's still working. I mean, some days are going to be better than others, and what I would suggest is I and it's hard for me to say because I am one that likes to anticipate a lot of times, but there's traders would like for confirmation, I just don't like being I know everybody's out there looking for confirmation before they enter a trade, so I always kind of like to be the one to anticipate and be a little bit early. Sometimes it works great for me, sometimes it gets me in a little trouble, but I just exit quickly if that's the case. It doesn't go to where I think. Let's take a look, go back in real time now and see what's. Yeah, Fro would have been a nice one, around 1080. Sorry, 1380. Yeah, excuse me. I think Fro was on my watch list as well today too. Yeah, it was. Did not mark that one up. I should have. So you can see I get a lot of these things from this morning with a gap down though. I was using, you know, live always and just yeah, it was just a mess with that big gap down. Nice little wedge pattern right here. Gets above that. Could go. Why did it change from when, Iris? I'm not sure. Nothing's changed. The configuration's been the same for a very long time. It might be as if you're looking at it in pre-market and you're using live always. In other words, you're not using yesterday's close. You're going to get probably some wonky stocks in there because the market's gapping down. Nothing's changed. You can see. Uh, Let me go in here and take a look at nice setup, and I think you're going to see the date still goes back to 12/22/2020. So this is the same exact configuration as it was 2 years ago. It's just probably it's not so much the configuration changed, it's the market has changed. And like I said, you want to use live. Well, let me just pull it up and show you. You want to make sure you're using time frame live during market hours. So these stocks are freezing, the data is freezing. If you're using live always in pre-market and you get some bad prints flying around, which is easy, not bad prints, but you have wide spreads and you get some wonky prints. And actually, some of them are bad because all it takes is one share to throw things off. I can share it with you again, but I'm pretty probably this is probably the exact same one you got. But I'll be happy to share it with you again just to make sure nothing has changed. Some people may want it anyway because it is a very good uh, setup for swing trading. It could be day trading too, but oh, Barry wants it. And once again, the way that I created this, I remember going back 2 years ago. It was I had a really good year trading Neo, and so I went back and I used stocks like this, and I found out, got some key filters from when I entered that trade. It was a really nice setup, and not a whole lot to it. Price above $5, position in 10-day range, right? Is looking for this kind of nice setup in that 10-day range. In other words, I'm not one in swing trading to chase stocks. I don't like chasing stocks. I'm looking for, things that may be kind of pulled back in a range. And this is kind of a sweet spot for the 10-day range. Position in 3-month range, I wanted the upper 25%. Position in 5-day range, upper 30%. Position in year range, upper 20%. So just by using these range filters, once again, guys, play around with these range filters. It's amazing what you can build. You're going to get this patterns like Fro, coming into the day. Now, doesn't look like much, nowhere near all-time highs, but boy, what a nice little, pattern there if it breaks above that 2-day high, and that's what happened. And once again, when you're looking at these, it's best to go ahead and just uh, put in alerts. Like that one in Fro looked, well, they're the same companies. I mean, same industry, I should say. Array there. I mean, nowhere near all-time highs, but it was forming kind of a bull flag, if you will, and popped above this area, this 2157 right there. Had a nice little move. So I love it for swing trading. It's one of my favorite scans. I also have one called Sweetness, and it's a little more. I'll share as well, but it's a little more picky about what it's looking for.
That's Walter Payton.
Yeah, that's right. It is Walter Payton.
That's right.
Sweetness.
Yeah.
Yeah, these
Andy,
things can be.
you're going to be
Yeah.
proud of me.
Yeah, okay, let's hear it.
You're going to be proud of me. I have joined the swing trading fraternity.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, what'd you
I'm
buy?
in BBW. Okay. Now in the
The
room 2
Build-A-Bear,
days
huh?
ago,
Yeah.
BBW. Now you wouldn't do this because it's an all-time high, but BBW had earnings
Yes.
And I've been really starting to follow these companies 2, 3, 4 days after they have earnings.
Yes.
And I love BBW because it, again, all-time high, nothing
Yes.
stopping it from going higher, as you know, just
Yes.
not chart resistance anyway. And so yesterday I had a little bit of pop, and then I pulled back and I took it at 24, and I said, "You're doing
Nice.
it. You're doing it." I said, "You're doing it." And even though I had an opportunity to trade a little bit out yesterday, I said, "Nope." And I'm
Good for you.
swinging it.
That a
I
boy.
can't believe
That
it.
a boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now that's
It's good.
getting back to not buying all-time high. That's where I will, Barry, after earnings on good volume like that. That's a different scenario for me,
Oh, I
right?
see. Okay.
Yeah. That's only big news. If it's big news or earnings and you get action like that, I will
Oh, okay.
give it a taste, but uncommon. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've actually I've got a little scan set up for earnings. I'm not, I usually only look at earnings the day of or the afternoon before, after hours before. But somebody turned me on to a little scan in the room actually a while
Oh, really?
back, and I am really starting to follow these stocks, and we're not in earnings season at all.
Right.
And I'm really starting to follow these stocks 2, 3, 4 days after they have earnings, and just checking out to see what's happening. And it's pretty darn
Good.
interesting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
So
like that.
anyway, I was bound and determined to take that one, and so there I am.
There you go. Good for you.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
for instance, I'm going to be watching IHOT. IHOT, I think, has earnings. IHOT, IOT.
Okay.
I think it has earnings today, I believe. Yeah. So I'm going to follow that next week. The only issue it's got is that 200-day moving average is at
Uh-huh.
1310.
Yeah.
That could be an issue, but you know what? I mean, if it can stay around 1230, I don't know. I might, and on Monday it opens around 1230. I'd probably take that and see if it gets close to the 200-day.
Okay.
And then as it gets closer, I'd probably trade some out in case it doesn't take it out. But that to me would be a decent enough percentage move
Oh,
if it
yeah,
went from
absolutely.
1230 to 13.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I'm going to be watching. So yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Well, here's the thing too, Barry. If it does get above, this congestion over here around 264, then it's probably going to have a kind of quick pop up to that 200-day
Hmm.
moving average. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I
And
like
as you
that.
say,
Matter of fact,
it's
I
lots
like
of
it enough
volume.
to where I will put an alert.
Oh my gosh. Now don't,
No, 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 no.
the last time we did this, you lost one and you didn't take the other one, which went
I
insanely
remember
good.
that. Yeah,
I don't even
I
remember what the
remember
symbols were, but
that. Well,
uh,
I'm not kicking because I did take that SHPH, which is I did sell half.
yeah.
I did sell finally half because it's kind of getting into an area. If I zoom in a little bit where
Hmm.
you see all this congestion over here. So I decided to take half off. But hey, nice one.
Well, it's funny, Andy, because I was demonstrating how to use the buy button
Uh huh.
in the room. And I said, and this is when SHP was probably around $1.90 or so. I
Uh
said, well, let's use the buy button to put in on a pullback to 167. Okay. And because it was sort of it looked a little extended when we were looking at it. I said, well, let's
huh.
just use the buy button to show you how you can do it. Of course, it never even came close to
Right. Right.
167, pulling back to it. But wow, yeah, what a move. Of course, all traders are looking at is that craziness that happened when it got up to 100 or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, yeah. I saw that.
Not
Yep.
100. Yeah, 100.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I did.
$99. Yeah,
Yeah.
$99.
Crazy.
So very crazy.
All
So
right.
here we
Well,
are. Here we are.
you
Any
got you
plans
got
for the
plans for
weekend?
Christmas this year?
No, I mean, we don't usually go away for Christmas, so
Right.
I mean, we just have our we get the tree and
Yeah.
we get
There
the
you go.
and all that. Cecilia loves to do it up in a big way, so I go
Oh,
along with
good.
it.
Oh,
I mean,
sure,
I don't
man.
mind, but
Tis the
if one
season,
day,
man.
if
Yeah,
one week she said, "What's that?"
I enjoy that. I got lights all over the house, and yeah, not not Christmas vacation style, but
Well, the good news is that okay, my job, of course, is getting the tree and bringing it home. Well, we do it together, but the grunt work, bringing it home, setting it up, and then usually it's a Saturday or a Sunday when she's doing it when all sorts of football is on, and I
Mhm.
just sit on the couch and she just merrily hangs all the ornaments and lights. So that's
Well, you got
so
it made.
I got it made.
Yeah,
I just have to get it set up first.
that's true. Yeah, that's the hard
But
part.
other
Well,
than
not
that,
really.
yeah.
All the light hanging and ornament hanging
Oh,
can be a
tedious. Way
task.
too
Sure.
tedious for
Yes.
me.
Yes.
I mean, it's just way too tedious. And I drop well, you know what you do? You just drop a couple of ornaments and shatter them on the floor, and that basically relieves me of all responsibilities after
There
that.
you go.
My hands are too big. Can't do this. All right, Andy. I know I think we've deviated a little bit from trading,
Yeah,
so
we have. We better get back to
why
it, huh?
not?
All
Why
right,
not?
Barry. Well, I tell you
Okay,
what,
I'll
I'm
take
gonna
over.
thank you,
Have a
buddy,
great
and you have a
weekend.
great week. You do the same, and everybody else, you do the same out there.
Yeah, okay.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so guys, I'm back in both rooms, and mentioning to Andy, you guys heard me talking about BBW a couple of days ago, and I mean, I can't tell anybody to do what I do, but I was bound and determined to take this one as a little mini swing trade for me. And so yesterday is when I entered around 24, just around 24. This morning, I said, it dropped down to 23.62, but said, you know what? Keep the darn thing. So anyway, that is when I'm in. We're also talking about IoT and the potential, it's an earnings play. It's been a little bit choppy, but if it gets back over to 12.30 or so, you never know because it's an earnings play, a lot of volume coming in, and maybe next week it might have a bit of a continuation. Let me do one thing before I get rolling again. I've got my music turned off. I've got to get it up and running again. There we go. Okay. So Rajiv, I don't know which one you're talking about. Okay, are you talking about Andy's strategy? I don't know. I didn't create it, of course. You're talking about his nice setup. You'd have to, just click on an alert, and I don't really designate things as cup and handles and bull flags and all that. I don't really think like that. I mean, it could possibly be, but that's his strategy. So I don't know what it's looking for exactly. I haven't even looked at the filters. Okay, you missed how to use the buy and sell buttons on the charts. I have the red and the blue button, but nothing happens when I try to drag it to the chart level. So I'm a man. Can you hear me and see my screen? Let me demonstrate how it's done. I'm just waiting for an answer from you. Okay. So the first thing is, if your buy button and sell button is grayed out, in other words, when you try to click on it, nothing happens because it's grayed out. It's not a bright green or a bright red. First thing you've got to do is get into the simulator. Okay. So now, first of all, you're obviously using the app because you do see them. So you have to click on Sim from underneath Brokerage Plus. You'll see there are two options. Click on Sim. That gets you into the simulator. Then Brokerage Plus will say it'll say not connected. And then you click on the Sim and then you're into account. Okay. Now, right off the bat, hopefully you see on my screen, the minute I did that, the buy and the sell buttons become clickable. So let's do this one step at a time. Make sure that when you click on Sim, that your buy button becomes clickable and the sell button becomes clickable. You'll know because it'll turn bright green or bright red. Now, if this is not happening, you may be on on an earlier version of Trade Ideas. Okay, if that's not happening when you click on Sim, in which case I would encourage you to download the latest, at least production version. Okay, that may be a reason. But did the buy button and sell button on the chart turn green and red? Because if it didn't, it just probably means you need to have a later version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so I'm just waiting for an answer. When you clicked on Sim and then you're in account. Oh, you're not in the Sim. Okay, well, it shouldn't matter. But then you have to be a connected, and then your account, you have to have the right account connected. So I'm always in the simulator, but I'm assuming if you click on account, there might be something that says Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. First of all, who is your broker? Because this won't work if you're trying to trade. Okay, so you have Interactive Brokers and you are connected. So if you click on an alert, and it, for instance, you click on an alert, does it show up in the Brokerage Plus? And then can you, never mind the buy and the sell, but can you actually trade within Brokerage Plus? I mean, are you connected correctly to your IB account? So when you say you do not see like you don't see the buy and sell button on the chart? We're not talking about in IB, of course. You don't see the buy and sell button on our Trade Ideas charts at all? Which means, because I don't know when we added these buy and sell buttons, but you may be, if you don't see, even if it's grayed out, if you don't see a buy and sell button, oh, you do see it, and you do see red and blue. Okay. Okay, so you do see it. So it should be as simple as this. When you click on buy, you just have to. Now, the thing is that, oh, BNS instead of buy and sell. So you must be on a really, really early version of Trade Ideas. I mean, that I do remember when it just said BNS. I would encourage you to get a later version. I do remember when it used to just say BNS. But here's the thing. If you're going to trade live, then you have to set up your criteria for the buy. The latest version is, let me just go to a home page. So we have a production version, which is 5.6.24. And then if you scroll down a bit, we do have a beta version, 5.6.26. So those are the two versions. I'm on a development version, but that'll tell you those are the latest versions, 5.6, 5.6.24 and 26. And to find out what your version is, just click on help from the toolbar, click on help and about, and that'll tell you what version you're on. But we've had this buy and sell for a long time. You must be on a really, really early version. Yeah, 5.5.69. So, I mean, we're already at the 5.6 levels. So that's probably one of the reasons. Okay. But the other thing to remember is even when you have this buy and sell, if you're going to trade your account, you then have to determine the criteria of what you want in the buy and the sell. And what that means is, are you trading your own? What you have to do is you have to set up a strategy. Okay, if you have the strategy chart, so within Brokerage Plus, you have to set up a strategy that you will assign to the buy button and one that you'll assign to the sell button. And the strategy, for instance, this one right here, it says, and you notice it says, like, this is all that you probably have to go to the guide at some point. But one of the columns, when you click on strategy, it says default chart. Okay, long and default chart short. And so what you do is you create a strategy and you turn that on, and that's what you're going to designate as your long strategy when you click on the buy button. And in this particular one, it's going to buy $5,000 at the market with the stop at the low of the day. That may not be what you want to do. Okay. But okay, so if you've got several strategies, then basically, if you can see my screen, I'm going to turn this one off. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to right click and see where it says default chart long strategy. So if I right click on any one of these strategies that are here, these are just default strategies. I don't use them, but if I right click on any one of these default strategies, notice this box pops up. So I can set any one up as my default chart long strategy. Okay. And if I have a short strategy, obviously it says S there, I can set as default chart short strategy. So what that does is every time you click on the buy button, it's going to abide by that long strategy that you designate as the way you want to trade it using the buy button. And then obviously the short strategy with the sell button. So it's up to you then to figure out, okay, what strategy do I want to assign a long strategy? What long strategy do I want to assign to my buy button? And what short strategy do I want to assign to the sell button? See, what we do in the simulator, we automatically create something for people because, we don't want to force people to have to figure all this out that I'm telling you. We just say, you know what? We will automatically assign something to the buy strategy and something automatically to the sell strategy. So people don't have to even figure it out. But it's not really what I call a strategy, just a set of criteria so that when people click on the buy button, something almost automatically is going to happen. But if you're actually trading your account, you have to set up your own criteria for the buy and the sell. And that's based on your. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. So here's my 5,000 at the market, stop at the low. So the minute I click on buy, okay. And then, so I left click on the buy and then I release and see how the crosshairs shows up. So I can drop it anywhere I want. So if I wanted to play Forza on a pullback, to 165, I would release, I would left click and it would release and you'd see a blue line in the chart at that price. If I want to buy it right now, I just basically put it at the price. If I want to buy it, if it maybe takes out a higher price, maybe the VWAP or something. So let me just drop it down here. Say, okay, if it pulls back to 165, I'm going to left click and now you're going to see a blue line on the chart. And it'll take the trade if it pulls back to that level. And you see it says 165 and it puts the stop at the low of the day. Not saying that's what, that's why I'm not saying this is a strategy. This is just a quick, simple way for people to, be able to click on a buy button and experience taking a trade. And I can always take that and I can move that the stop up to another level if I want. But all this is in the guide. I would encourage you to take a look. Well, actually in Brokerage Plus, here, let me just give you the link. And I've given you a link and there are 2 videos. You obviously know how to attach Brokerage Plus to your IB account. And the second video goes into a lot more detail. And it should cover the buy and sell buttons. So did that make sense? Everything I've just said? Well, the stop is whatever you want it to be. You know, it could be the smart stop or some other stop that you pick. I can't tell you what to pick. With the way we've set it up to make it easy for people, it's just putting the stop at the low of the day. Again, that's why I'm not calling this a strategy. It's just a quick, but if you set up your own strategy, that's up to you to determine, if I edit the trading strategy, here's your entry time, your order details, position sizing, is it going to be based on a stop loss? Is risk, like, I'm not going to go into all this. This is all, I don't use this, okay? But this is all in the guide. Your risk management, where you're putting your stop loss. I mean, this is advanced stuff, but that's up to you. So I can't tell you, well, here's where you should put your stop. And I'm also not an auto trader. Okay, so, but even here, even you can always adjust the stop. The problem is that if it executes a trade, it's going to take a certain number of shares based on that initial stop. So, I mean, that's something you're just going to have to deal with. Yeah, you always do it in the, well, if you're going to use the strategy, there has to be a stop somewhere in the strategy. This is advanced stuff, though. You should go to our guide, though, and take a look at Brokerage Plus, and okay, before you start doing any of this, you really have to nail it down. That's why I would say I would practice in the simulator first. Practice in the simulator, get comfortable, doing it in the simulator. Again, how to set the stop. It's all, edit the trading strategy and your risk management, stop losses. I mean, there's a ton of them. Order details based on the stop loss. Okay, well, if you're using it all the time, you are you just manually going in and taking trades? Which is okay. If you're just manually going in and taking trades. In other words, you're clicking on a symbol and the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, and the bid and you're going in at the market or limit. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Well, you can keep doing that. I mean, if you want to keep doing that, that's fine. You don't have to place I mean, I always think it's a good idea to place a stop. When you take a trade, you should know where you're going to get out. Okay, because it's just not, if it's not working, and where you're going to get out, again, that's got to be up to you. I mean, the way I do things is, I'll look at a chart and I'll check, I'll check to see where I think there's a support level on the chart. And if it breaks down through that, I want to be out of the trade. You may want to do the low of the previous 5-minute candle, 15-minute candle. This is all up to you. Why do you want to change it from manual? How many trades are you taking a day? I'm not trying to, but how many trades are you taking in a day? I mean, the reason why I like, yeah, the smart stop is, no, you can pick whatever stop you want. Ooh, 30 trades a day. Wow. Yeah, so you're a super active trader. Well, I mean, if you want to, you have to assign then something to the buy button. That buy button, you have to assign a strategy, but I would try it in the simulator first, okay? You can always practice in the simulator to see how it works for you. Your stop is up to you. It's not always a smart stop. No, your stop is up to you. And I certainly cannot tell you what to use as a stop. It has to be according to your trading style. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys, by the way, okay? But before I would do anything, if you want to do stuff like that, I would absolutely use the simulator first. See how it works before you commit money to the market, okay? Oh, why am I not in this one? I mean, this is so well, not funny, but again, I was saying to Andy in the when I was talking to him on YouTube, I was demonstrating how you can place an order on a pullback. And when we looked at SHPH early on in the day, it had already made a nice big move up to 195. Let's get a bigger chart up. So I was demonstrating how you can use the buy button to place a conditional buy order at a price. And so this is what we saw. We saw this big pop. I said, well, ideally you don't want to chase something. So let's just put a conditional buy order and see if it pulls back to this level. Of course, it never did. It never did. It just kept moving higher and higher and higher. Now I could keep moving this up, but now I'm really chasing. Maybe I move it up here. Let's see if that works. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure you can do that with the buy button. I'm not sure you can do it. See if it holds there. Yeah, it did. Okay. And then of course I could move my stop up. Okay, well, let's see if it pulls back to 211. It's all in the simulator, guys. And you can see I was using another chart, but of course it's showing up on this chart. But again, I know I don't want to nag at you, but use the simulator first before you do this, okay? Because you've been managing your trade in a manual way. I don't know how you do it with 30 trades, but okay. But use the simulator first. Now, the other thing though, you have to realize is that when you're doing manual trades, you're not setting up something that is necessarily saying, I will risk $100 every trade or $200 every trade, or put in exactly the same, or are you? Are you always using the same risk amount, or always buying the same amount in terms of dollars? Because that's another thing, because you can only assign one strategy to the buy button. Anyway, that'll be up to you. Okay, if you always use the same amount, then that's fine. Then at least that could work then. Another word, just now that we're talking about using this Brokerage Plus window. So you notice I'm in these three trades here. This is in the simulator. So again, if I don't exit any of these trades at the end of the day, this is how you can practice swing trading. Okay, you just take some trades, and if you don't exit at the end of the day, then you're basically in a swing trade. So when you're saying, and again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So when you're talking about always use the same amount, you're talking about you're always risking the same amount per trade. In other words, like $100 or $200, whatever that is. You're not talking about taking the same number of shares every trade. You're talking about how much you're risking every trade in dollar wise. So if it doesn't work, you know exactly how much you're going to lose. Okay, good. That's how I trade. Not that I don't say good because that's, then you're doing what I do, but I do think that is, for me, that's the proper way to do it. Keeping your risk managed, knowing how much you're going to lose on every trade dollar wise, and keeping that amount about the same every trade. Oh, so yeah, so I mean, you're using the turbo break and the 5-minute chart. Well, again, practice in the practice in the simulator before you start sort of semi-automating this. All right, guys, 125. So I'm just kind of biding my time right now. Not getting too many new alerts. Checking out some of these ones that won races earlier. How about Peloton? Did Peloton have any sort of a pullback? So here's an interesting situation maybe with Peloton, PTON. So you see how it's just a couple of candles, 15-minute candles, have touched the VWAP. The VWAP's at 1259. So you can see how, a couple of those 15-minute candles have touched the VWAP. So what does that mean? Does that mean the VWAP is going to hold it? And then from there. So, I mean, there's an argument to be made that if it can hold the VWAP and maybe gets above the high of that previous 15-minute candle, which is 1280, but there's, the only issue I've got is that there just looks like there's a lot of resistance, even if you took it at 1280, in that 1290 mark. So that could be an issue. I wish it were more of a straight shot up to the high of the day. Unfortunately, no, Bullish Bob. There is not. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. The number of shares per minute. Yes. Well, you can't exactly, but for instance, you can, there's a custom formula that you can use that, for instance, if you only wanted to see stocks that traded at least 100,000 shares in the last minute, there's a way to do that as an example. Not in the past minute, but the current minute. There's a way. So if you only want to see stocks that have traded, say, at least 100,000 shares this minute, you can do that. Also 5 minutes, things like that. But that involves a custom formula. Okay, so have you ever created a custom formula? Oh, you have. Good, 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 good. Well, here's your formula. If you've done it, then here's your formula. Okay, that's the formula you use. And then so you say you've created a custom formula before. So volume underscore, and it has to be exactly like that, volume underscore up underscore 1, okay? And so when you create it, then if you've done it before, then you know it creates a filter. And so give it a name that makes sense, call it volume up, 1 minute, whatever makes sense to you. And then because then you can search on it. And when I say search, if I right click on an alert window and click on configure and then search. So if you named it something like that, if I might even have one here. Yeah, volume 1%. I'm not even sure. I can't even remember what these are anymore. But these are custom formulas that I created many years ago, I guess. Okay, with volume. So I named it volume because but if I created that custom formula and I called it volume up 1%, I would have seen it just by typing in volume. And then you it just becomes a filter like any other filter with a min and a max box. And so if you wanted only to see stocks that are traded at least 100,000 in this current minute, and you put 100K in here. And you can use the 100K in the shortcut, okay? And whatever that number is, of course. And here are the other, just to give you an idea. And then again, this is an advanced topic, guys. So anybody watching this saying, I can't learn that, you don't have to. Okay, this is I would say that I bet that less than 1% of our customers have ever made custom formulas. But here you go. Here's your volume up 1 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, or 20. So, okay. So I can give you this link to it. So if you go to pages, I think it's 5 and 6. Yeah, 5 and 6 have the custom, have the data points. So a common question is, well, how about volume 3 minutes? No, if you don't see the data point here, then we don't have it. And you can't make it up. Okay. Yeah, if you try to put, say, V up 3, you'll get an error. We just created this. Again, most of our customers don't get into this at all. And as in my preamble, I always talk about how, we figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. And so that's why we have a lot of alerts and filters, but we do recognize that, okay, we said for those few who are willing to try to create their own custom formulas, we'll give them some data points that they can play around with. Okay, guys, so here's the Peloton. I mean, it is trying to hold that VWAP. It's just sort of sitting right on top of the VWAP. So, I mean, one of two things are going to happen. It's going now interesting that the histogram is very strong right now. So let me go over what this histogram is potentially telling us. So you guys don't have access to this indicator yet. I know I keep saying yet, but I have no control over when it's going to become available. How do you do it using a filter? If anybody knows, oh, Pepe will know. So but those are, as I understand it, though. Well, let me just see. Okay, so volume. So this is percent, though, of course. He's looking for absolute number. Yeah, but that's a percent. He's looking for the actual, like 50,000 shares. This will show you the percent move. Unless I'm missing something. So that's volume 1 minute, but that's percent. I mean, that's what I use, of course, in those other, in the momentum scan, you know, the volume 1 minute, 1,000%. I mean, that'll show you a volume burst, but it may not be 100,000 as an example. No, Pepe, you're fired. Hand in your resignation. No, that actually, that's why that filter, that's why that custom data point was, or that data point was created for people who want to see a specific number of shares. Hey, listen, man. In the I don't know how I can't remember how long you've been in the room and helping me. Um, 2 years, 3 years. I really don't know anymore, but I think that's the first time that I've actually known something you didn't know. And I'm kidding, Pepe. Pepe's in the other room. He doesn't work for Trade Ideas. He's just been a fabulous resource for me. You know, he always and through just the good of his heart. You know, he doesn't have to do this, but he likes to lend a helping hand. But again, he made his first mistake in I don't know how many years. I do not take you for granted, Pepe. Honestly, I know maybe I should, but I do not. I mean, you're really a big help to me. So, guys, I was talking about this histogram. Okay, so this is an indicator that is not available. I know I say yet. I don't know when. Don't ask me. I don't know when the powers that be are going to turn it on for you guys. But what this is showing is, you see these bars here. So this is the ratio between bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. Don't ask me what those candlestick patterns are. I mean, we got hanging men and all these sort of things. Then you'll never know. Michael Noss created this, and this is certainly a proprietary. So, but the bottom line is this, is that when you see high bars like this, that means that the bullish versus bearish is very high, is a very high ratio. So look what's happening here. Nothing's really happening here, but maybe something is percolating under the surface. That's the phrase I like to use, because you know these bars are super high, yet the stock is not really moving. Okay, so something could be happening. So that's why I want to keep watching this. Okay, I want to keep watching this to see whether or not you know this gets going. I mean, we're watching it holding the VWAP right now. So what I could do, instead of my having to, you know, glue my eyes to this chart or sit glued to this chart, you know, I'll put an alert, you know, 1275. See if it has a little break out of there. And that would mean, number one, it held a VWAP, and maybe number two, this histogram is telling us that, hey, something might happen. Versus, you know, if these bars started really dropping, that would mean again that the bearish candlestick patterns ratio is greater than the bullish. And I'm using this on a 15-minute time frame. Of course, it would look different on a 5. Okay, guys. Wow, this SHLS, what a fabulous holding that financing price like nothing. 22.25 was the financing. Now, granted, it already had a big downturn, yesterday. Maybe that, but I don't think it was an earnings play. So maybe it was a bit of a, I don't remember if there's any actual news. I don't recall any specific news on this, but now if I want to be a conspiracy theorist, you know, the fact that they were going to do a financing probably was getting leaked out. Because I don't recall any news on this one yesterday. It wasn't an earnings play. But they announced the financing in the pre-market at 22.50 or 22.25, and that is just a tremendous lift off that. I mean, if this takes out the high of yesterday, 25.08, keep running. I mean, you look at the next high is up here 28.75. Which ticker? SHLS. SHLS. And it just keeps lifting. I mean, it's almost at the high now. Yesterday, 25.08. Just keeps lifting and lifting and lifting. And there's not been a sell-off in China, really. I'm not, there might be some specific stocks, but KWEB, I mean, this has just been a monster all day after that initial 45 minutes straight up. A little bit, another lift, a little bit of a pullback here, but not much. Okay, so Aman, when you say you lost all of your chart settings, are you talking about your scans or your charts? Like your charts that you maybe put a bunch of, if you saved it you shouldn't have lost anything. I've upgraded, many, 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 many times in 12 years. I never lose anything. So I'm not sure when you exited, did you save your work? Did you save your layout? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room again. So again, when you say chart settings, are you literally talking about your charts or are you talking about scans? But if you did save everything to the cloud, then everything will be there. Now, here's one. I remember talking about this one a couple of days ago for you guys who, or even 5 days ago for you guys who like the ones under $1. This POAI. So this has had from 35 to 60. Probably a ton of volume. Actually, not a lot of volume. Big float too. Pretty big float for 74 million for a sub $1 stock. FedEx. Wow, look at this front line, FR. Oh, this is an earnings play. So this is a ship, or at least it had some news. I mean, Tops never had any news, but Fro had, well, news in that it was an earnings play. And what a move. 1370 straight up on the 15s. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or less. Guys, I'm back. Okay, I think what I'm going to do now is I will do my video. Okay, I'm going to do my video right now. So let me get rid of this. Whoa, I forgot to put I I took everything else off mute. I forgot to turn my microphone on. So here I am back. Was back a couple of minutes ago. So I was talking about the Peloton and just intrigued to see, how this would work. The problem, as I said before, is that there's so much resistance, so like an hour and a half of resistance at that 1290 mark. But man, if it takes out 1290 like nothing, I mean, this is turning into a really interesting indicator that will be released at some point. I just don't know when. So just think about what was happening here. Stock is moving down a little bit, holding the VWAP, histograms high, all sorts of bullish candle patterns, greater ratio wise and bearish. Stock is not moving, and now finally it's starting to move. I really believe that if that 1290 weren't there, this would have a great shot to get 13 and maybe challenge the high of the day. How can I delete a single position in the brokerage sim that I put in a long time ago? So you're still seeing it in your positions. I guess the easiest way is just to highlight it and flatten it. Flatten gets you out of a trade. So if you highlight, just have to highlight it. So left click on it. And so you can see can you see what I'm doing first of all, before I keep going? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so if you have a series of stocks, then you just have to left click on the one you want to get rid of. You're saying you only have one, but so left click on it and hopefully you can see that that has turned gray. Once it's gray, I can just click flatten and that gets me out of the trade. So let me get out of this MMAT. Don't want it anymore, don't care about it anymore, we'll say. So I just highlight it, flatten it, and it'll leave eventually. There we go. So it's gone. Now, are you saying you don't want to see this anymore? Because you can hide. I can't remember how to do that. You can hide your hide zero positions, so that I can hide the zero positions. But if you get out of this trade and if you exit this trade tomorrow on Monday, when you shouldn't see this anymore. You should not see this anymore. I mean, I won't see this. I don't have to hide it. If I hide it now, I won't see it, but on Monday, I won't see this anymore because it's not, I've exited the position. Okay, good. That worked. Yeah. So Marie, you're talking about a competitor. So I would say, I don't care if somebody, and that's a competitor piece of software. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment, please. All right, I'm back. Okay, good. I'm glad it worked for you, Roel or Roll. Oh, yeah, this was a bit of a disappointment for me, the ASAN. I was really hoping this was going to be sort of the all-day short. Just have a big down day, but all-time low earnings play. Obviously, reaction is terrible to its earnings release. But as I was mentioning the pre-market, that bothered me, that pop-up in the pre-market, that really bothered me. So that's why I was a little reluctant to even, but turned out to be a pretty good recovery trade, I guess. So that's the ASAN. Well, Raj, the market's not open, of course. So, at 8 o'clock Eastern time, you're not going to get any live data until 4 o'clock 4 o'clock Eastern time Monday morning. So the market's closed. But you can, I mean, when you say do the scans work, you can do. I do a lot of work with my top lists. Okay, just to check out to see what sort of patterns there are, what stocks have moved over the last week, things like that. But I mean, so when you ask what scans work, I mean, you're not going to get any live real-time alerts, of course, but you can use a top list window to check to see, for instance, if I use this or my like symbols, I'll take a look at the ones that I've got in my like symbol list and check to see, okay, do I still want them? Things like that. And that's just by checking the charts, but you're not getting any more data after 8 o'clock Eastern time. Make sense? And the thing about the top list windows, well, yeah, basically I use my top list. Okay, good. That's what I use my top list windows, top list. Everybody used to think I was saying topless. Top list windows over the weekend. Yeah, just to do some checking on charts and doing the work over the weekend can really help you set up. I mean, you start to see some nice looking charts and I can't tell you what your nice, I don't, not just talking to you, Raj, but I mean, everybody will have a different idea about what they're looking for, what they might consider a nice looking chart or something they want to follow. Yeah, the charts will load. Absolutely, the charts will load, so you can use the charts and then have a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart. You sort of get the long-term picture of things happening, and that can help set you up for some of the things you might want to follow in the following week, next week. Exactly. All right, guys. Well, 2:13, so we're kind of drifting into the close for this week. So probably a good idea. Yeah, and that's what the screening aspect of trade ideas, exactly. I can give you something that you might want because with the top list, you can have as many headings as you want, filter headings as you want. Let me see if I can find something here that it's maybe a good template for you that you can, what was it called? Load from cloud. I think I had it in a doc. After hours, strong and weak stocks. Let me just load this. Yeah, so I'm going to just show you one here. Oh, no, 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 no. Just did something. Okay. So top list sort on all sorts of different columns. Okay. I've got my position in 5-day range, 10-day range, 23, 6 months, 9 months, year, 2 years, lifetime range. Okay. So you can start to see stocks that, if that is something that is of interest to you. Now, I've got some pretty tough filters here. I'm not getting too many stocks, but you could expand them. If you don't want to have the current vol, this is more for intraday, but you want to maybe not maybe get rid of that current volume and maybe make it two. Um, Also, the stock up at least 10% from the previous. These are more for next day, okay? But if you're looking for stocks and to sort on these different columns, what stocks are, at a 5-day high or 10-day high or, at the 3-month high, things like that, you can sort on all these different columns. And that might give you, something that you want to look at. I mean, it's up to you, of course. And I'm talking in general to anybody. But you can take this and I think it's can add some other filters to it. Headings. It's not so much you're going to use the filter values, you're just using the headings just to see what might be interesting. What stocks are at a 6-month high? Only one GLDG that meet these filter requirements, but you might want to, you don't have to have like a relative volume of 4 necessarily. But this is something that I used to use all the time. Don't use it as much as I used to, but anyway, I can give this to you. I'm going to pin it. Make sure it's not pinned. Okay. I don't think AVXL was a Goldman recommendation. I don't think so. A couple of other ones. Somebody said a 35. I know I had 35 by somebody, and then somebody else, I think it was CASA, said there's some analysts out there talking 85, but it wasn't Goldman. Now, it's possible Goldman is also, but I've not seen that for Goldman, from Goldman. So here we go. Okay, and then, but somebody, CASA mentioned some other, Jones? I don't know Jones at all. Okay, so, Raj, the one thing you have to do is make sure your symbol linking. I'm just noticing here that the symbol linking was in this docked chart or a docked window, okay? So hopefully you know what I'm talking about. So you'll see that the symbol linking will say to the docked window, probably. Yes, it will. Okay, so make sure you change that to link to all. Otherwise, the symbols, if you're going to use that top list that I put in the room, otherwise the symbols will not load into your charts. Does that make sense? Boy, it's been a while since I've used this one. I should take a look to see how it is. Look at Playboy, guys. PLBY. Something's happening here with Playboy. PLBY. RMED is showing up now, guys. RMED. RMED was yeah, gapped up in the pre-market. Really had a bit of a fall off, and then look at this, RMED starting to look at the volume coming in. Wow, million shares right here in this 15-minute. It's only 2 million in the float, a little over 2 million in the float. Wow, RMED is just taking off now. Hey guys, one more time, I'm just going to put this little Christmas giveaway thing. If you're interested in getting some swag, okay? This is click on the link, the Christmas giveaway. You know, a little video to do, and then email it in, and okay, just follow this. And if you're interested in doing that, we send you. I don't know what we've got. I guess maybe you can pick little hats, some ETF trading, some shirts, little trade ideas. I've got one of these. Some books. Okay, so if you feel inclined to do it, there's your link. You get some free stuff. Ooh, look at Bivy. Bivy taking a header here, guys. BIVI just absolutely getting from 760 down to 681. This was, I remember seeing this one yesterday, or the last 2 days had a nice run, but today, so this is underneath 7, or it was underneath 7. Let's see, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, not many, 15, pretty high, excuse me, pretty high, 41,000 shares, but the low is 654 yesterday. So, I mean, there's a little bit of room if it wants to. What about VRDN? VRDN. Well, I mean, look, it's an all-time high. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, this had earnings on the 14th, so this is back here. Back here, I guess that was the earnings reaction. Actually, it was right here, pre-market. Yeah, so this is pre-market. The next day it had a nice jump, but I don't know. Was there some news? I guess a target of 35 put on my Wainwright. I don't know how anybody else has done that. SVB Securities, some kind of a target rating or a buy rating. Yeah, I mean, it's an all-time high. Yeah, it's interesting. I I wouldn't be chasing it now, but maybe if it pulls back to something, there's the VWAP way down here, but yeah, not a ton of volume. I mean, all the volume, the big volume was, of course, 2 days ago. So the volume is starting to, decrease. But if you're asking me, should I buy it now? I mean, I'm not going to, I don't get it. I'm not an investment advisor, so I can't say that. But certainly an all-time high. But right now you'd be in chase mode. Why did they jump into SHPH? I can tell you why, more than likely. Yeah, you're not going to see any news on this more than likely, but probably what happened is, some group, maybe some a Reddit crew, as I'll call them, decided today's the day, looking at a low float situation. And more importantly, though, is that they remember traders, once it starts, you see, once it starts, like I'm no different from most traders. I'm always looking left on a daily chart. And then I say, wait a minute, remember this day, it got up to 199. So they're thinking, okay, I don't think anybody's thinking it's going to get back to $99, but they're looking at thinking, wow, I mean, for whatever reason on that day, this just got pumped and pumped and pumped. So they're trying to, traders, once it starts to move, traders will look at that and say, okay, well, I'll take a little piece of this and see if it can do something crazy. You don't even have to go that far back, though. I mean, even over here it was $7. So that to me is the reason. No other reason other than some group got it decided, or some room said, okay, today's the day for this one. Yeah, I doubt. I don't know if you're kidding, JG. I doubt that anything has been released to any big institution. I mean, I may be wrong, but this is yeah. I mean, this started trading. Yeah, this started trading back here. Yeah, so this started trading in August. I think, I can't remember if this was a SPAC. I can't remember, or was this, is this out of China? No, it's not a China stock either. I think this may have been an IPO, but a really, really, even though they opened at around 30 odd dollars, I think that it was like one of those very inexpensive IPOs releasing very few shares. So, that's why, that's the only way this can nonsense happen. I mean, there's no reason for this happening. Oh, I'm sorry. It opened at 99. It hit 126. But I'm long past wondering why these things happen anymore. If I don't see any news, I just say, you just have to accept it. And, if you can find a way to trade it, not just this one, but I mean, stocks that do that. Again, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm back. Saw this one earlier, the Magnite. Ah, look at this Magnite, just a straight shot up. MGNI. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:38. Now, I normally put myself on mute about 2:50. I may do it a little bit earlier today. Okay. Listen, I'm here. If you have any questions, I'll hop back on the mic if I have anything of note to say. But you can ask me questions. I'm still here, but I'm just going to put myself on mute until I get a question, or again, unless I want to say something that might be interesting. And I can also watch a little bit of World Cup. Okay, guys, so I'm on mute now. I don't think you have to. The relative volume filter now will just default to 1, I think. Okay, you notice that if you look, I know what you're saying because well, first of all, Yeah, you could probably get rid of the relative volume filter. I used it because what I was looking for were stocks that had high relative volume. After hours, it's okay to still have it. So I don't think you have to get rid of it, but you might want to reduce it to one or two, or just one, or take it out just because it may not be important for next week. To have the relative volume today probably is not important for today, and maybe you want to get. I think probably want to. I mean, you might not want to have a high volume for today, but I would probably put at least 100,000 or so. The reason being is that you'll get inundated with alerts. I mean, why I have those alerts in there as it stands, I didn't want to see 200 stocks coming through. Now it'd be up to you. So you can start reducing the filters, values, and you'll get more stocks, whatever a comfortable level is for you. Okay. Yeah, you might have to add some filters. I didn't put the be all and end all of all the filters. You might want to add. I don't know which ones you're going to add, but you can experiment. And then click on the different, filter headings. You'll get different looks, of course, and that's the whole idea. Wow. I got to ask the question, did anybody take BBW? I know I talked about it a couple of days ago as a potential swing. Anybody take it? Just out of curiosity. After earnings, I was really, I mean, the volume is not great, but man, I mean, this is just moving. Okay, Shady and Tops. Let's take a look at Tops. I want to see what's happening with it. Yeah, well, there's the VWAP. So maybe takes out that VWAP with any vengeance. 505 is the VWAP. It's a little bit above it. Pre-market high was 634. Again, guys, if you're going to do it, don't go crazy in the number of shares because, it can be make sure you understand your risk. Excellent, excellent, Real. Well, all kidding aside, I'm going to try to find one a week or one and all I'm doing is looking at these earnings plays and seeing if they have any sort of continuation, for a couple of days. It doesn't necessarily have to be the next day. It could be, a couple of days after. My biggest problem is I don't know when to sell this these things. I really haven't got a handle on it. You don't want to. I don't want to learn fibs. I don't. I don't want to. I don't want to learn anything new now. But I hear you. I do hear you. I mean, I look. I mean, I have an idea of what I want to do with this, but it's just that this, it's an all-time high. So I mean, I don't know where it's going. And it's not like I'm making an astonishing amount. I mean, I'm in at 24 from yesterday. And the histogram isn't helping me. Okay, certainly on the even the daily, the 15, it's not helping me. In fact, it's saying sell, 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 sell. Okay, guys, I'll put myself back on mute. Test for the noise canceling. Can you hear the game on in the background on my laptop? Did you, Raj?
When it comes to your travel dreams, CIBC Aventura can make it feel like you're already there. You'll earn over $1,200 in value when you join. And with points that don't expire, you're ready to book
Okay, just out of curiosity, if you were in this one at 24 yesterday and it's done this, I haven't taken a penny out yet. Where would you, and it's an all-time high, so again, we don't have, keeps making new highs. Where would you start to take it off? BBW, BBW. This is from yesterday, May 24. All right, thank you. Stop? What's a stop? See, here is the interesting thing for me, because I was watching this in the pre-market. Okay, so I'm in at 24. Realistically, there was the low of yesterday at 23. So I was saying, okay, maybe around 20, a little over 22, the bottom of that candle. Okay. And, in the pre-market, it was doing this. Now, there was on no volume whatsoever. But I got to admit, I was getting a little squeamish. And I almost said, the heck with that. Why am I going to try to do something outside of my comfort zone? But the volume was nothing. I mean, it's like literally a couple hundred shares. So I didn't really think that this was going to be that. But then the market did this. Okay, like, do you really want to hold on? But anyway, I did hold on. But yeah, my stop is going to be around that 22 mark. So like a $2 stop. So in theory, I've got to get up to, it's got to get up to 28 for a 2-to-1, a 1 for 2.
It was such a good goal. It was well worked all round. Tadic is the man who you spoke of, Stevie, with his quality, and Mitrovic with his movement. But it was Shaqiri, the goal scorer, that gave the ball away. Loose in possession, Stevie, and they just took them apart for the second goal. And it's Vlahovic with the run and finish.
Yeah, great finish from Vlahovic. This is not an easy one to put that past the keeper in the corner. He almost outfoxes the goalkeeper with a finish there. But it's more than Shaqiri for me, Kevin. It was Freuler in the middle of the park. He was really slow to get back, and it was his back pass that led to that goal. But what a game! It's been end-to-end stuff. It's not really been defensive.
We spoke about the front two. Vlahovic coming into the starting 11, and he's made a difference. He has.
Oh, you can hear the game.
They go forward, but they look like they're going
Okay, I was wondering about that.
It looks like there's certainly more goals in this game.
And he'll be the story, won't he?
You probably hear me eating my cereal then. Just a minute.
At that point, it was 2-1, but you
I love the British announcer. They're the only way to watch any soccer. Okay, I'll get it down just a little bit. Why don't we wrap this up at 3, guys? Do we really have to hang around? Okay. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know. Wow, it's BBW. Okay. Thanks for all the help this week. So we'll wrap up a little bit early so I can watch a little World Cup, if you don't mind. And script together. Where are you? Okay. Okay, as always, thank you for all the help all week long. Very much appreciated. I will open the rooms Monday morning. Whoops, son of a wrong link. In a moment. There we go. So I'll open the room Monday morning. I'll open the main room at 8 o'clock. You guys can talk amongst yourself or chat amongst yourselves until 9. That's when I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. Okay, so have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.